Carla Striegel winner with Du Bois County Solid Waste Management District. Just as a reminder, the Solid Waste Management District is a separate political subdivision, not part of the county general. Du Bois County has chosen to fund the Solid Waste District in the past through a request to the commissioners, which then of course goes on to the council to fund the district instead of having a tax levy or other funding type. So we had our board meeting this morning, went over our budget for 2023. The board approved the estimated budget for 2023, and what I've done is gone through and did sort of a budget estimate sheet that I will have to do through Gateway a little bit later this year, and have determined the allotment request that we would like to request, the Solid Waste Management District would like to request from the county in order to fund the district for 2023. So our entire budget for the year that was approved, this is not the allotment request, our entire budget for the year that was approved by our board was $346,788. $346,788. And what we would like to do is request the same amount as we did in 2022 from the commissioners through the county, and that is $247,000. So I'd like to make that request and have that approved, if at all possible, to fund the district for 2023.
After reviewing the request, I'm satisfied to proceed in that fashion.
So much.
Okay, I move that we approve the request for a county allotment of $247,000.
I'll second.
Any other discussion?
Pending council.
Pending council approval, of course. Yes, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. And is there any other business you have for us?
Well, I tell you what, I'm not super prepared for that, which I normally don't bring anything up if I'm not super prepared for it. But I did mention previously at a solid waste district board meeting that we might be needing to look at a new vehicle for 2023. And so we have in addition to our box trucks, which deal with our recycling routes that we have throughout the county and hauling that type of stuff, we have a year 2000 Ranger that was purchased used quite a few years ago. It has, I want to say 130,000 miles on it, but it is a year 2000 and is starting to show its age. We use that for dump sites as well as for staff to do property maintenance, inspections, and drive outside the county, etc. So I have not yet contacted any dealerships, but I have just sort of done a build a truck kind of thing on a couple of the website things. So just a retail price on a small truck. I'm thinking like a Colorado type size instead of a full size, since it's also, since it's used not just for hauling, but for driving and doing inspections. So a smaller truck. I'm looking, I can't see that would be over 40,000 for kind of like a small mid-sized truck. But I have not, I don't have any numbers for you other than that. So I didn't know if that would be something that you would want to try to put in the budget to think about for 2023 for the solid waste district or not. So, but I do not have those numbers like from a dealership or anything like that yet. So that would be the only other thing.
Thoughts? Commissioner Hostetter?
I guess go ahead and get formal quotes and come back with them.
Okay,
Yeah, you said the 2,000,
it's a two,
regardless of the mileage on it, the 2,000 is, dependability is not what it used to be on it, I'm sure, when you want to take it out of town. So I get the need. When you say put it in the budget, we're already submitting a budget for
Mhm.
2023, but we can make plans for it in some way, you know. I don't know whether another used one is the right thing to do or what it is, but so yeah.
Yeah, and I mean,
research it and
sometimes
come up with some
they'll have something, but I mean, I don't know if you looked at anything lately, but the used trucks are
proposals.
going for as much, if not more, than new trucks right now. So,
Because they're available
yeah,
at the moment.
exactly.
Well, even if you order a truck, I've
If-
heard some people are waiting up to 2 years to get a vehicle or
Yeah,
if they order
so that would be something to talk to the dealerships about and kind of see, but anyway, so I,
Remind us, is it costing for maintenance? I mean, is it running well and it's just old?
it's running. Yeah, it runs. It hasn't cost a lot for maintenance yet, but I mean, you know, it's kind of at the age and the mileage where something could go, and it does set outside all the time. It's not undercover at all, so it's, you know, it is sitting outside the entire time.
a woman, I have a 97 with 220,000 miles.
Is it for sale?
That can be,
Yeah.
we had a 94 with 300.
It's a part of me, you know, I there's competing ideas. You drive till it dies. That's one thing. Then when it dies, then you may be stuck waiting 6 months for the replacement.
Exactly, and I mean, like I said, it's done. It's great. I mean, I love the vehicle. I'm a little nervous, you know, driving it to Indy. Which you know, in the past couple of years, haven't really done much of that with a lot of stuff being virtual. But and then the other thing is, it would be beneficial to have, because it's like one of the small bed, and it's like the step up bed, so it's a real small bed, so we can't even throw like a mattress in it or something like that, you know. So it is a pretty small bed truck for going around picking up dumps throughout the county. We do have a small 5x8 trailer that we attach to it, you know, that we can utilize for that type of stuff as well. But it would be nice to have a vehicle that we could not only use for driving around doing the business that we need to do, but also a little bit bigger bed to be able to pick up some of that, you know, like a 6-foot bed would be nice. So that would be beneficial as well. And I don't think grants for the solid waste districts tend to cover specific recycling and not, you know, county business picking up dumps, that kind of thing. So a grant would probably not be something that we would be granted. But-
So I'm not maybe real enthusiastic about buying another vehicle, but it probably is a good idea to be studying and be ready for it when we
Okay, yeah. And like I said, I usually don't bring stuff up without having
sure.
numbers, but I thought I'd probably better do that since it's close to budget time for 2023. So anyway, so that's all I have.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Highway Department, Mr. Berger.
George, do
Good morning. Thank you.
I think you should start shortening these.
Well, I clicked print both sides and it didn't compute, so your font's just, that's all it is. Yeah. Okay. First item up, White Stallion Reclamation Update. The process has been slowed by the interaction of IDM and the estate bankruptcy. They do insist yet that the recovery of the wash plant area and the elimination of related hazardous violations that are there with IDM on the southeast section of the mine is a high priority, as well as the sloping and the high wall work on the northwest portion of the open pit to preserve Portersville Road West. Those are still their primary focuses. They are currently producing a comprehensive reclamation plan for the project. And when it's complete, they'll get together with us to discuss the plan and where they plan to go from there. It's their hope that the coal yard and the pit area can be finished by fall of this year, with the rest of it to probably take place sometime next year. I think weather's gonna play a big part in that, but they want to at least get those two issues taken care of, and then once it starts getting wet, they don't want to waste a lot of time in not such good soil, so they'll probably be back in the spring to finish the rest of the reclamation, which would mean the return of 700 West to us as well. So that's also one of the outliers that's there, but that's more open grading, which will take place during the reclamation of the rest of the mine. So, but yeah, when they get the plan together, then we'll sit down and talk about that.
So if everything went perfectly, what does reclamation look like? What does the area look like, especially the northwest portion?
What they want to do is to blade a slope. See, right now we've got the high wall, and then we've got a sloughed area. They want to grade that sloughed area down, place riprap and some seed and straw in there. They are working on a study right now as far as the normal water elevation of that pit, how full they think it'll stay. And if it doesn't get up into that spoil area, it should be okay. We're still waiting for numbers, and that should come in that study that they're working on.
It's still gonna take a lot of material to put a slope.
Yeah. So, I know they have been talking with the landowners there. They're trying to do everything they can to return to them as much usable farm ground as they possibly can. The holes are pretty much, or the pits are going to pretty much stay in place. So the return of 750 is not likely to be.
Unless you let me build a really big bridge.
Ah.
Unless you let me build a really big bridge.
For a very underutilized road.
Really big bridge.
What do you wanna do, like the Ohio River kind of bridge?
Go back to me.
Yeah.
Suspension bridge.
So 750 is a goner,
Mm-hmm.
and 700 is going to be, what will that look like in 3 years?
It should be returned to us in its pre-existing state.
Chip seal?
It was chip sealed for a portion of the way, and then it was gravel the rest of the way. I would like to make a proposal on that if that's returned, since 750 was chip seal all the way, that 700 would be as well. So that's kind of what we're hoping right now. And then out of this proposal, I would like to see a cul-de-sac provided at the end of 750, the usable end of 750, before you got to the pit. So if there's a school bus goes up there or traffic or whatever, there's a good place for them to turn around and go back.
South of the pit, right?
South.
North of the pit, it's just a dead end, right?
Right, yeah.
Cul-de-sac on south.
Mm-hmm.
North of the pit, it won't even leave Portersville.
No, I think we should actually ditch across that.
Just shut it off at Portersville.
Ditch it off completely so nobody can have
Yeah.
to pull off there.
So that's kind of what we're looking at there. Road improvement request on the Beaver Lake Road. I had a resident come in to discuss the improvement of a portion of Beaver Lake Road. They would like to build a house on a home on a property. The status of the road right now is a lightly maintained dirt road. The improvement involves the application of gravel and the installation of a culvert on a road that's roughly 10 to 15 feet wide, and a distance of around 1,750 feet. If you look on one of the attached pages that you've got there, you'll see Beaver Lake Road that comes north off of State Road 164 past Gerald Hassenauer's farm. Goes back in, and once you leave the blacktop, it transitions quickly into gravel and then into dirt. And going back there a little bit more, they've got a property back there that he's wanting to build a house on. So situation like that, it's going to be a one residence home. He asked if the county would improve that. So we'd have to, discuss it with the commissioners. I think there's different protocols and stuff how to do this. He insists that it is going to be for a single family residence, so it's not a proposed subdivision or anything like that. So,
I'm trying to see here, so that, where that dot is, where they propose the home will be built?
yeah, the property, oops, yeah, right in here is where his access is going to be.
So it's about a third of a mile. What did we do up in
Marion?
I think it was in Columbia, but I think they had a property there where they had a
cabin or something up in there all for a long time, and he wanted to make it his permanent residence.
Yeah.
I recall that.
when I just did single lane rock, did he pay for the rock in that situation? I don't remember.
I believe they did.
I thought they did.
They paid for the rock and the improvement.
We graded it and got it up to shape, and he paid for the rock.
Yeah.
And then from there, we accepted it, and now it's our rock.
Maintain it that way. Now,
So this road, is it chip seal or gravel all the way to the woods?
it's
In other words,
asphalt.
where Chris Sander lives there, is it paved that far, not paved, but is it improved that far,
It's asphalted till you get pretty close to the woods.
pretty close to the woods?
Then it goes from gravel to dirt within probably 100 foot.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think there's one stretch in there too, where we've got it's basically a low water crossing where a culvert would need to go in.
What's our right of way on this one?
Ditch to ditch.
Ditch to ditch.
Like we did in Columbia Township, what do you think of that? Just having, he will pay for the materials to improve it, is that what we did? He paid for, up in Columbia, paid for the materials to improve it, and then we maintain it after that.
What about the culvert?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because the culvert's down kind of different.
Yeah, but I would think if we're gonna generate something where we might have the potential of a school bus going back there, you'd almost have to have the culvert as opposed to a low water crossing.
You can't.
I would think.
Well, no, I was saying as far as who pays for it.
Oh, I would think it would have to be that.
It's gonna be expensive.
But it's
So-
consistent with what we did.
I agree. It's just that's gonna be a flat bottom metal culvert, at least 35 foot long.
So there's nothing stopping a guy from building a house there.
Correct.
He can build a home wherever. So if he built a house there now and it's not safe for a bus, the bus just won't go there now to get up the road, right? I mean, is that probably how the practice would work?
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to what we do when we convert a rock road into chip seal, and we've got a program where we're doing that a little bit at a time, but if somebody wants to speed that process up and get it now, we enter into some kind of agreement where they pay for that as well.
And basically that adds points to the point system, because they're all evaluated that way now, instead of kind of a first come, first serve basis. And then along with that, since we're talking about an improvement from a gravel road to a chip seal road, they have to provide the necessary right-of-way dedication
Right.
for that as well, where in this case here, we're not asking for that.
Does I'm just looking at who owns the property through
I
there.
think it's Redbird,
Okay.
it's a community acres.
Triple H is on both sides of the road and Redbird just corners on it.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's Redbird that, they wanted to build a house up in that clearing above the road,
The north end, yeah.
on the north side of the road, that clearing that's up there.
I'd say it's in the best interest of the community if they're gonna they wanna spend what it takes to get this up to date, and it just costs the highway department and the taxpayer a little bit, it's in everybody's best interest to do that. But if we're gonna be expected to pay for the stone, and then they would get in line.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
Yeah.
with our
Basically-
process that goes, and that'd be 5 years from now, maybe, if ever.
Yeah, correct.
So we have a process for it, if they want us doing it, and they're gonna do it, we can partner, but they're gonna financially be involved considerably. Especially when it's a single home and there's not a good opportunity for mass development, it's not an economic development boom for the community. So.
Yeah.
We can't justify spending a bunch of money on this when the taxpayer somewhere else isn't gonna be, most taxpayers aren't gonna ever use that road.
Yeah, I think in a standard opinion, this would be considered a development. Although it's different than you would see for like the development of subdivision, it is a development for someone to build a home. So it's just like building your driveway. So, it gets built up to a better standard to allow them to get home, from work or whatever. We can maintain it from that point.
Sure. So at this point, it's just a kind of an informal request, just let's talk about it.
And, just want to be sure that we're all on the same page on this before I talk with him again. And I'll get that information to him and we'll see where he wants to go with it.
I mean, are we all on the same page?
Yeah, I think so.
We don't have a problem with any work getting done, it's just going to be mostly out of your pocket. And then we can maintain it afterwards.
Yeah, there's quite a few places in there where at some point, if it ever had to be widened, if there was future development that ended up going back through there, the road would have to be widened, and that would involve some work. Not a lot of work, but there are some banks and a lot of trees.
It's real tall in there, yeah.
Yeah, so it will involve some future work, but for right now, if we're talking about a single residence home, it'll work.
Yeah, you talk about right of way here.
Right.
All the right of way we need to get back there belongs to somebody else. It's not, this person's property only corners on the road. He has maybe 50 feet of frontage. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, that's not much.
In a case like this, we ask them to provide it just there, the right of way, not that somebody later on wants to improve that road to chip seal, and this would be the one person who says, no, I ain't giving the right of way.
We could request that. I don't think that would be.
We can, who's gonna, that's gonna be a hard description to have
Yeah.
for a 50-foot wide section, 30 feet deep.
And I guess, we didn't on the other one.
We could, I'm not saying we can, but if it was 1,000-foot section, I'd
It
say
might be
yes.
50, 100 years in the future before somebody decides they
Yeah.
want to widen that up.
That's a be a tough description.
Yeah.
It could happen, but it'd be a tough description. I gotta go out and find out where their property points exactly are.
What does our building subdivision ordinance require? I know it's more than 10 acres, so it really doesn't fall, but don't we still require some kind of frontage?
If it's 10 acres, no.
No.
And if it's already in its own parcel, we don't require anything. If it's a 0.2 acre parcel and they want to build a house on that's already there, they can do it. We can't stop them.
There's no
I
requirement.
just measured it, he's got 32 feet of frontage.
Right.
Okay.
You wanna move on to the next one?
Next item up, City of Jasper is planning to do some resurface work on Third Avenue this summer to pave over a lot of the water main work that had taken place on that end of town. And they asked if we were interested in having our portion resurfaced down towards the Schnellville Road intersection or State Road 162, down to that intersection there. I think they sent us some sort of an estimate. I think we're probably looking at around $110,000 to do our portion. And I don't know what your thoughts were on that. But I think they're going to do it later on this summer.
Yeah.
Are they cutting into our portion for their water main?
They didn't run
No,
water.
they're not in the county portion of the roadway. The
They're,
county,
they're finished with the water main work, aren't they?
correct,
And that only went to Gun Club Road.
correct. It's just that portion from 162.
From 8th Street.
That's well, obviously the highest traveled road we have in the county, and it's starting to show its wear. And if we're gonna do it, continuing on with them is our cheapest route. If we would try to do it ourselves as a separate project, you're talking a much bigger increase. We're paying low fees, traffic control. For this, we're paying pretty good price here.
That was my next question, was what shapes it in? Is it cheaper?
So just from the highway department up to 8th Street?
Yeah.
110,000?
It's wide.
Yeah.
It's several
It's
floors.
very wide, yep, wide shoulders and all that, so, yeah.
What is your recommendation?
I think it would probably make for a better project if it was all tied in and paid from the state highway on up with, wherever they're going. I don't know if they're going north of
I don't know how far it's
the
going.
Citgo place or not. But,
Yeah, and I agree, if it's close to needing, we'd have to do it anyway in another year or two. With the city doing their portion and then leaving that undone would raise all kind of questions. Why is that little section not done? So I think it'd be good to go ahead with it.
So where does the end of our responsibility of that road stop?
at the intersection of
Okay.
162.
In front of your building?
We'll probably stay just short of where all the traffic loops are. We'll still mess with those guys, but everything else we'll take care of. Normally, the state has been really good with working with us. If we stay short of those traffic loops, they'll pave up past those traffic loops and redo it. That's what they've done in the past, and it's worked really well. Industrial park, that's what they're gonna do there. So,
And funding? Have we decided to do it?
We'll have to get an additional from highway. So,
And are you comfortable with using funds from there?
yeah.
And when do you need an answer?
Um,
Last week?
I don't know that quick, but we'll need to get it advertised. And get it
yeah,
into
I
the
say
council.
we promised the approval to go.
Because I don't know when they plan on doing it. I would say
It's August, I talked to Landon, it's August or September,
Okay.
late August, early September is when he's planning on doing it. But we still need to get everything in line.
If you two look at it and it appears to be a good good time to do it, if it's in great shape, I won't spend the money, but if it's it's gonna be necessary, then I'd favor doing it.
I would figure.
Steve, that's the original asphalt, right?
Yeah.
Has it ever been repaved since it's been put in?
Yeah, boy, I think that might be, I almost want to say late 90s.
That's what I thought, and it's old, it's definitely dated. We have rejuvenated it, we've done some things to it to help preserve the lawn, but it is time. Within the next 2 to 3 years, we're gonna have to do something on it anyways.
Is the city milling their section, or are they just paving over?
They're milling, and we would be milling as well,
Okay.
keep the grade similar.
Is 110,000 a solid figure, or is that an estimate?
It's actually lower than that, but due to us using the city of Jasper's bid numbers, they have escalation, de-escalation, and the prices are going up. So we're trying to stay above that number. We're hoping it comes in under. I think the estimate came in roughly 88.
87, 88,000. And I think
Landon called and said that the price came up, that they were able to get the escalation. They pushed it to 100 roughly. So we're getting an extra because in case it does it again.
and anything that wouldn't be spent would revert to the highway anyway for next year.
That's the road everybody uses.
Yeah.
Everybody's.
Yeah.
So would you like us to give an approval or a denial at this point? We probably need that if we're on a time crunch for August.
I'd say, yeah, I'd recommend approval of it. And,
With the not to exceed 110, we probably got it covered from what you said. I'm satisfied with that. I'll move that we approve the estimated cost of not to exceed $110,000 for the 3rd Street paving project in cooperation with the city.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
We'll point out it's Third Avenue, not Street.
Just so the city doesn't annex it right after we do it.
3rd Avenue, it does say 3rd Street. It is 3rd Avenue.
yes,
Okay.
yeah. Oh, it does say 3rd Street, okay. My bad.
People on 3rd Street might be happy.
Might be cheaper.
Steve, I'm gonna ask you to hold the remainder of your report until a little bit later.
Sure.
Thank you. It's a little after 9 o'clock. We're gonna put the DuBois County Commissioners meeting in recess. We have a public hearing for the Okra and SERS grant. So if we have representatives from those entities, could come up, please. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners, how are we?
It's been a long time coming.
Jenny Mottis at the M15 Regional Planning Commission.
Melissa Sharp, sirs.
In February 2021, the DuBois County Commissioners, along with Southern Indiana Resource Solutions, applied for and received a grant for the Community Connections with People with Disabilities through the Indiana Office of Community and Rural Affairs. That was funded. The project moved forward. Okra does require 2 public hearings. One was held in, I believe, January of 2021, prior to the application. And we do have to hold a second public hearing now prior to closeout. And just talk a little bit about the program and what this grant did for SERS and DuBois County.
So we have established 5 hotspot locations across the county. DuBois County Park, Hayesville, SERS, working on Holland, yes, and working on Birdseye. Birdseye is due to finish as of last email, July 15th. It's a little bit dealing with an outside company. They had to run wiring and all. So coming up on the final phases though. We also established a accessible computer station at the SERS location here in Jasper. Computer, printer, anything anyone with any type of disability would need to facilitate them in a Zoom meeting, in a just searching the web, whatever they might do. And then we also have 4 iPads to lend out. They are currently located at the SERS facility in Jasper. So we have estimated that we helped roughly 200 people with disabilities throughout the hotspots usage and the equipment usage that they have access to. And then we got a number, we work with Matrix Integration, we got a number from them that approximately 189 average daily users at one of the hotspot locations. So we don't have information for all of them, but they're definitely being used. So, and again, not just people with disabilities, but all of the community. So I think we did well with this grant.
The county, when this grant opportunity came about, there was no local match that was required. So this was a great opportunity for the county and for CSRS to be able to get this grant money and get it implemented into the county. So now we'll open it up to any questions. Anybody has any questions or comments?
You have a comment? Oh, I thought you were
You
gonna-
know what?
Flicking your hair, like, please proceed. Yeah, I'll say that the people that worked on it, the people in front of us, they've been great. This has been at least over the last 6 months, it's been more of a headache than it was the whole first year because of one location. And it had changed ownership, I believe, and I don't think there's anybody local. It's been a challenge, but it has been a big benefit for Hayesville, Holland, the CSRS location, a lot of places. And the county did put a little bit of money into it so that just for the public's record, that this was supposed to cover 1 year, and the county invested some money in it as well. So now these spots will be open for a minimum of 3 years. So that's a positive thing as well. So we've made the most of a grant opportunity. We've had good partners, and hopefully it's been beneficial for them. I know it's been beneficial for the county as a whole. That's my only comment.
The only question while you were talking was whether there was any data as to how much they were being used, and then I heard you talking about the 189. I'm sure that's the best case scenario perhaps, but even that, I mean, that's impressive.
When you talk about average daily usage of 189 users, so, some days you're gonna have a lot more and some days a lot less, but I think it's fabulous.
And are these users, I don't know if you have any way of knowing this, are these users coming into the site to use it, or is the range large enough that perhaps residents around the site are?
That particular site was Hayesville, and I apologize, I don't know how close the neighborhoods, so I'm guessing that those are people coming into the
Coming
site.
into the site, and that's the fire station?
No, the park, Dorset Park down there.
Okay, down to the park, okay.
So I would say that 4-H may have more users than other places, but then when there's ball games and events at Holland or Hayesville, you might get more usage there. But they were throttled in such a way that neighbors, it wasn't intended to be community-free internet. It was for people that could come to that site and use it.
We actually ran into that question when working with PSC for the Holland Common areas, because I guess there's some apartments right around that area, and they were worried that people would drop their residential service and just hook in. So we did throttle that, so everyone benefits.
I'm sure it's a difficult situation where you make it large enough so that people can come in and utilize it, but not so large that, the neighbors,
Right.
the residents in the neighborhood have access. Well, good.
And the quality of the product, at least the several site companies, I guess I've been to 3. I haven't used the Surge site, but I've used the other sites. And the quality is good, the speed is high, it's better than what I have at home. So it's good for the community if they want to use it.
And we would love the opportunity if a grant like this comes again to spread that into other local communities in the Du Bois County area, so.
We'll keep our eye out for grant opportunities.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I have anything else. I don't believe I really do. Is
I
there
just
any
have a couple forms that require your signature.
Is there anybody in the community or the public that would like to make a comment? Mr. Schneider, is there anything that you're aware of that needs to be included in this?
I've seen the forms that are about to be presented to you, don't have any additions. I think that there's gonna be some numbers that are technical we're working on, but I think it's presentable and ready to be accepted and close out the meeting, or the hearing, sorry.
Okay, we can,
Do you wanna sign now? or
See what you
go
have.
to the meeting? I can wait till later.
we can look at them now.
Okay.
Might as well, get everything done that we can. But there is some other additional final closeout stuff required by the state that is outside of the public hearing.
Certificate of accessibility, we looked through that. Surge does provide programs for those with disabilities, anything that was needed. TTY rail, which the organization devices was provided. The policies are in line with those for disabilities and are non-discriminatory. So that is all of you. The second one is.
Would anyone like to see this document? It's an accessibility document.
You want to say?
See, I'm looking at what I'm not, what it is.
The second one is for the closeout. After reviewing things with Mr. Schneider, we discovered that there were no equal employment opportunity complaints received from the county or from CSRS in the last 5 years. Everything must continue as being an internet site for 5 years, but most of this applies to being a building. However, this is a standard for closeout, most of it in construction. You have to keep it as a building for 5 years, but yours is internet.
Okay, so I'll pass this one out if you want to look at that one as well.
I will send
Who will sign the design?
there is no design engineer on that.
So on the issue of the certification of accessibility, does anyone have any questions or concerns with that? I'll move that we approve signing these.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries. I know you're supposed to be running the meeting, but I figured that's fine as long
No,
as
you do have to.
Didn't think you'd
that's-
mind.
It's still your meeting.
Okay, I'm gonna look at this one briefly.
You said what documents are you signing?
Would you mind showing?
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I'll skip these in here. Accessibility and close out form 1.
Does anyone have any issues with the closeout monitoring form? I'll move that we approve signing it.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
I was doing a motion on each one.
Is there any other documents today?
That is all I have for today. The other one that was submitted is the needs and financial information on it. There you guys copy that. So
Okay.
we can take care of everybody.
So then we'll get together someday this week and we will,
And I will submit public hearing minutes. There's also a sign-in sheet located by the door. If everyone can take the time to sign that as well, then
okay.
that will go in as public record. Thank
So
you all
is
so much.
so is it a separate one just for this event?
Yes, there is,
Specific to the public hearing.
specific to the
So
public hearing.
Okay,
It
if you
is-
don't mind bringing it up, we'll sign it. We can probably just do that now. I hate for us to forget it. Not that we would ever do that.
Never had to chase one of those down after a meeting, ever. Never.
And I'm available whenever you all can meet this week.
We'll send something out. And we were talking earlier in the meeting, we've had a couple emails that have gone out that we've gotten returned to us.
Yes. So the whole power outage Friday with the storms, our internet was also cut. It is now back up. So
Okay.
it all should be well now.
The only thing that I worry about with that is, well, which one didn't you get?
Yeah.
Which ones did you get? So we'll try to get those,
Okay.
get the communication back in order here. So I've got one from J Mod Ice here that didn't go through, and then one to Melissa Sharp.
It was quite
Hopefully we'll get that, we'll get that
Want
line.
more signatures, we can pass it all around the room.
Sure, we can do that.
You're Melissa, you're Becky.
I'm Jenny Mize.
So there's no Becky.
Not here.
I can be Becky if you need me.
I want to get your names right.
Well, I saw Becky Michael on there. Becky Michael has nothing to do with this. Becky Michael's with,
I don't know where I got
High
that.
Springs.
But I got mixed up on something else. That's my fault.
That's all right.
We'll just wait for that to circulate then and you can continue with your commissioner's meeting.
Last chance, any comments from the public on this? Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing then for over and call back to order the Du Bois County Commission. Well, we have a surge budget we're supposed to, look at.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see y'all again. I've got some information here for you. Need to get it passed out. Then I'll start talking.
Okay. Thank you.
You want to see one? All right, so thank you for allowing me to come and speak with you in person today. And we're grateful for your past and present partnerships and support in Du Bois County. I added some key economic impact and service data in the information that I just gave you. Not quite as much information as we typically would bring you. Usually it's a 3-page letter and several pages of data points, but kind of wanted to give you a high scan value so you could get, the important pieces out of it. So I'm not really going to read that to you or talk a lot about numbers, but really today I wanted to just kind of talk about what our strategic priorities are moving into the next year and how they will benefit the Du Bois County community. So first of all, I'm going to talk a little bit about transition age youth. And the reason I want to talk about that today is because in our industry, dealing with individuals with development and intellectual disabilities, transition age youth is a high priority right now. And the reason for that is because, back when probably most of us were in school, you heard, Johnny's never going to read, Johnny's never going to walk, and he's definitely never going to work. Well, now in the schools, there's lots of transition programs, and so we offer pre-employment transition services, which is funded by vocational rehabilitation, and it allows career coaches to go into the schools and work on, self-advocacy skills, workplace readiness skills, and it's given some power to those individuals, those students between the ages of 14 and 22 and their families as well. So now they're leaving school with the mindset that, the sky's the limit and that work first, like we all did when we went through high school. At some point you're going to go on to post-secondary education or you're going to go to work. And students in the past haven't really been given the power to think that way, and they are now. So, so what we would like to do in this upcoming year is kind of build on that program, maybe offer some intern opportunities in all the communities that we serve. And what we envision that looking like would be some developing some intern sites within Du Bois County, with area businesses so that students can actually go on site and be paid for their time so that they start to see the value of money, and so that it gives them even more power to make the decision to go to work instead of in two segregated programs when they get out of high school. So but of course with the growth of every program you need people and you need money capital. So that brings me to my next topic, which is people. I think we're not alone in our struggle to find good help right now. And so we've been looking at ways, well, first of all, we're not alone in our struggle, but we also know that there's not the people. I mean, unemployment rates are low, so there's not a lot of people obviously looking for work, so what do? You start to look at ways to, how do we do more with less people? And actually our industry has struggled historically, so it's not an easy job, and right now the economy is just not being kind to us, I guess. So we were lucky in 21 that the Indiana legislators budget bill allowed us to get a 14% increase in our reimbursement rates. So that allowed us to increase our direct support professionals' wages to almost $15 an hour, but still, that we still have to compete with even the food industry at that point. So it's not easy. So again, it's looking at how do we do what we're doing with fewer people. So we would like to build on remote supports. There are some companies that offer remote support services, and what I mean by that is, so it's technology integrated supports for people who can spend some time alone. Either they live on their own, but get services during the day. They could get remote supports at night, or even individuals, school-age students who are coming home or going to daycare at age 18 because there's no one at home. But usually at age 18, you don't go to daycare, so you want to kind of look at a person and the age they are now, and what's a person without a disability at age 18 doing? They're going home after school. So how can we make that happen? How can we make their lives as normal as possible? So remote supports is an option, and we're trying to explore ways to get more students and, just any adult with disability, some more services in that remote support services, so that we can start to free up some of the direct support time and offer it to somebody who can't be left alone using that technology. So, and then the other thing that we would like to do is to professionalize the direct support professional position. And so how we envision that going, and we've had some conversations already with BUJC and Ivy Tech, and it's developing a curriculum that would be very similar to a CNA program. If you're going through high school and you want to be a nurse, probably the first thing you're going to do is be a CNA so that you can work and earn some money while you're, building your resume or your education. So we hope that this will be similar in that anybody who wants to go into social work or psychology or special education can maybe go through this program, be paid to go through this program, and as they're coming out, hopefully, they'll work as a direct support professional, which would benefit us, hopefully, that we would get some of those. Of course, it wouldn't be if you go through it, you have to work for CSRS. It would be if you go through it, at least we're getting more people interested in the industry. So, of course, if we do either one of those things, the remote supports, it's what we're running into is while the service is available, it's Medicaid waiver doesn't pay for somebody to get that started. So for an employee or for somebody to start it, it's really scary for the parent to allow your son or daughter to come home and check in virtually with someone. So it would be paying somebody without being reimbursed to support that person until mom and dad's comfortable, family members are comfortable, and then they can start using it on their own. And with the DSP certification, it is, where do we get the money to pay for the program, to pay Ivy Tech's, their instructors or BUJC's instructors to build that curriculum and to teach the course. So, and then lastly, but certainly not least, we are all struggling with, I think COVID has, kind of aggravated the situation, but mental health. We see, the individuals that we serve are 2 to 3 times more likely to have a mental health issue or dual diagnosis. And so we would like to either hire a mental health professional who can work with the individuals that we serve, with our staff, with their family members. There's not a service that pays for you to have a mental health professional on staff. There is a Medicaid service that reimburses behavioral supports, but there's a big difference between somebody who has anxiety and depression and behaviors. So, so I think that, it's something that we have to start looking at those coexisting disabilities, and they're so far separated at this point. You've got funding for mental health, you've got funding for IDD, but how do we start to, marry those two and start to focus on it for those individuals suffering from individual diagnosis? So with those three things that we're focusing on this year, if we start to, get more people with disabilities working, obviously that impacts the community. And so keeping a focus on those transition age students and making sure that they know that there's more options in life than, segregated workshops or what have you, or not working at all and being on disability. So our dreams and visions cost money. And so we ask you to consider supporting CERS again this year in your 2023 budget with an appropriation to us in $40,000.
Thank you.
Have any questions?
So, I believe last year was $37,000. This year they're requesting $40,000.
Actually, last year, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but we requested 40 last year. 37 was the year before, yeah. Remember last year I said we're asking for a little more. Then this year we're again asking for the same.
Okay.
You requested, and 40 was what we ended up appropriating? That's
So,
correct?
yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I stand correct, yeah. That looked at my budget. So 40,000, same from last year. I'm in favor of continuing our relationship with CERS in this manner. I don't see any reason to change. I'll take comments, Commissioner Hosstetter.
I think it's a okay request and agree. It's a good partnership.
Appreciate the work you're doing. I mean, how long has CERS been around?
Since 68.
68.
Yeah.
A long time. Yeah, they've always done good work. I know a lot of the people who have gone through the program benefited from the program. So appreciate that. So I'm good with the numbers here.
I'll move that we approve the $40,000 to be moved towards this to the county council for approval. I'll second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Last year, Rob was to consensus, so I didn't do it. That's okay.
Okay. Tina, Bird, courthouse use agreement? Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Fine, how are you? We are having a car show for Relay for Life fundraiser for on July 9th, and we asked to have permission to have it around the square. We're probably not going to be able to use much of the square because of the work that's going to be done, but we're going to be having it from the corner of the square here down to 9 or 7. And then at German American where I work, we can use our parking lots also. So, but we have problems that we need a restroom for the people that attend. We're going to have food trucks. We're going to have other things going on here, but the people that are in the car show, and then also people that come to look at the cars will need use of restrooms. So we were asking if I've been told that there's some in the basement of the courthouse that's been opened up for other things, and we were wondering if we could use that for that day. We do have a rain date of July 10th in case it gets rained out on the 9th. We are starting the car show at 8 in the morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There will be people probably here by 6:30 or 7. We'll be here earlier, but people will start showing up from my experience from car shows, is show up early, so.
So this is July 9th.
July 9th, yes.
Can you repeat again where, because I don't know the schedule, I was thinking that part of the, so where will you be?
Well, we're gonna find out. I'm supposed to find out this, I need to call somebody this week. I've been getting some people to talk to, and I've talked to Lisa, and I've just talked to some different people, and there might be a section of the courthouse we can use, square we can use. But then we're gonna use from down to, on Main Street down to 7th, and then we'll be, you know, like I said, German American, the parking lot there.
So
and
in
then
front of
there's-
Elements
Yeah,
in that area.
yeah.
Did you say this Relay for Life?
Yeah, Relay for
Relay
Life
for
American Cancer Society, Du Bois County. Our walk is August 13th at the middle school,
Okay.
but this is to raise funds for it, so.
And will the car show be, will the street, the portion of the square and Main Street be closed
Yes, they'll be closed off. We've gotten permission
from the city?
from the city to close that all off, so. We actually have permission to go down to 4th, but we don't wanna have, if we can't use the courthouse, we don't wanna have cars down there and cars here, you know, and have them separated, so we'll just have to see when it gets closer what we're able to use,
Okay.
so.
So what you're asking for us is the restroom?
Yeah, use of the restrooms, so we don't have to spend the money to get porta potties, you know, or whatever you wanna call it, to, yeah, I know some of the locations around here, some of the, they have restrooms, but usually don't let the public use them. I did walk around a week or so ago, and they don't usually, the shops don't have public restrooms, so.
When did you say the red day was?
The 10th on Sunday, yeah.
Do we have a use agreement? Does it
Well,
go there?
I did-
She sent me a picture, but I can't really print it all
Yeah,
off.
so I didn't bring the originals there.
The undersigned on July 10th or 9th, depending on the rain. And the car show, Main Street need restrooms for the day. Okay, so generally if, as long as we are indemnified on your event, you know, your things that people sign up for, we are generally, I would support something like this. Let's see that.
And from what time to what time? I didn't know that.
The car show starts, registration starts at 8, and then it ends, the awards are at 3, so people, you know, typically people will be out of here totally till like, you know, 4 o'clock. But again, people usually start showing up an hour before, even though we don't start registration till 8, they'll probably be starting to show at 7 o'clock, so.
So when would the restrooms be?
Probably 7:30, 3:30.
Yeah,
And how do we handle it with Scott? He set that on the schedule and he takes care of that?
He takes an hour off on Friday and spends an hour doing this on Saturday. Or roughly.
and that was something too, if we're given permission to use it, I might need somebody's contact information if we have to call it off and make it for Sunday, so I know who to let know that we've had to call it off, you know, and ask for them to come Sunday instead, so.
I assume that would be Scott.
Yeah, I'll give you his contact information and you can deal with him. If it's approved, I guess. I'd be in favor of approving it.
I'm in favor.
Okay.
Good.
I'll move that we approve the restroom usage for the July 9th Relay for Life car show event with a rain out day to be the next day from 7:30 to 3:30.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Hope is probably over at the courthouse now. If you wanted to walk over and try to find him, otherwise, I'll probably call him first and have a discussion with him.
Okay, great,
Thank you.
Thanks.
You
too, take care.
Veteran Service Part-Time Officer. Bramlett is here with Du Bois County Veteran Service Officer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
Hi.
Actually, I should introduce.
I'm Kevin Hinton. I'm with Indiana Department of Veteran Affairs. I am the Southwest District Service Officer. I'm responsible for 17 counties in the Southwest, and Du Bois County is one of those.
Well, what I'm requesting is to see if I can go part-time or from part-time to full-time. I know vets are starting to pour in since Gary was here, and now that they know that they can come in and get some regular help, I'd like to see if I can extend my hours to be a lot more available for the vets. Right now, I have about 53 cases on my desk. In May, I had 42 appointments. This month, in June, I have 38. One of my biggest concerns is that I do have a couple World War II guys that are coming in, and I mean, these guys need help right away. And so are my Vietnam guys, you know, and they're starting to fade out because of Agent Orange and the stuff that comes with that, all the disabilities that come with that. Typically, I'm doing this about a month. I mean, since I've only been doing this 2 months, I'm kind of averaging it out, but I spend about 55 hours on cases, which gives me about 41 hours left because I'm at 96 hours right now. And then I'll do about 35 hours for walk-ins, and that leaves me about 6 hours. And usually I work those between the DAV van and trying to return phone calls, which I'm struggling with. But so I'm just not having a lot of time. And I take a lot of work home with me on weekends. So I mean, I'm probably working 8 to 12 hours plus on weekends on my own. So I just need more time to get some of these cases done and take care of the vets.
I have I made a chart showing the other counties in Southwest. The first column is the veterans population, and in Du Bois County in 2020, there was 2,274 veterans. That ranked 46 in the state out of 92 counties, the vet population. All the way to the far right is the total VA expenditure that VA gives to veterans through compensation and pension. What that is tax-free money coming back into the county. In 2020, it was $8.8 million. And the previous year, it was $7.7 million. As you look down, in the third column is the hours of different counties in the Southwest. Martin and Orange is a little bit special. They really don't fund Veteran Service Office, which I feel is a disservice to their counties. State or federal requirements for VA accreditation is 1,000 hours, so that's how they get by with 1,000 hours. Because by state statute, every county veteran service officer in Indiana has to be accredited with the VA, which she just applied for her accreditation last week, but we still got to work on her scanning ability down there because it's not scanning out right. So I have to work with her on that later. And you can see I didn't have the salary for Du Bois because in the past 2 years, I have worked with 3 different county service officers, Amber, Gary, now Susan. I have trained all 3 of them. I've been going on 6 years as the district service officer. Previous to that, I worked 10 years as the county veteran service officer for Sullivan County. So I've been in this for about 16 years. And Sullivan, I always said we were blessed because as you see, we've got a smaller veteran population at 1,301. And I had at the time, I had a budget of $80,000. So, but I had a secretary and we didn't do the DAV volunteer van service. We actually owned our own van and we paid our driver to go up to Indianapolis. So I would have to say that Sullivan County was blessed in the budget because I've seen other budgets in the state. I've been down here every Tuesday since she started, and it's been hard to even get some of the training in because she's been that busy. It's constant in and out the door there. Matter of fact, I've helped people that was in her waiting room just to triage them down. So if it was a quick question, I could answer their quick question so they wouldn't be sitting out in the lobby waiting on her. Because usually it's about an hour and a half per veteran or surviving widow that comes in to do an interview. I don't want to say anything ill will of previous service officers, but I would have said 4 years ago, the service officer, all that person did was hand out forms and said, take these home and fill them out and bring them back to me. And I would file them. That's not the proper way. He refused to use our data tool that called VetRespect. It's a claims management tool that you put all the information in and it populates the forms for you. I see a county service officer as, I like to say, as a navigator. They navigate between federal, state, and local benefits for our veterans. So I believe that this office should be full-time. Thank you.
Any other comments or just you're good where you are there? So what happened with the idea of a part-time assistant to help?
Well, I was kind of looking at the math for funding, and it would actually be, where are my numbers? You know what, I put them on a different sheet. Let's see, me full-time would be about 34.5. With an assistant getting phone lines and everything, only being there 3 days a week again, it's gonna be roughly around the same, maybe a little lower, but, and that's if we can find somebody that'll work 15 hours a week, paying them at about $15.50 roughly. And then equipment, getting all that, you know, if they have any problems, if they don't like doing it, then we'll have to keep rotating people in and out who are going to get to fit the bill, so to speak.
I guess the one thing I see with having you have more hours is that doesn't eliminate the problem of you being in an appointment, somebody sitting in the lobby for their appointment that's in a half hour, and a walk-in person coming in at the same time. That would still take you out of your meeting with the person in front of you it still disrupts your service flow, I guess, not having a second person.
Well, I was gonna request if I could do that, just keep the office hours open as is, and then have Monday and Friday where I can just process paperwork. And that would help a lot.
And when you're saying full-time, what does that mean to you? How many hours is that?
Like 40 hours, I guess. That's what,
Some counties odd with 35, we have 37 and something, and 40 and 43. So we've got full-time all over the place.
Okay.
I was under the impression, the reason why it went from full-time to part-time, like I said, I've known Bob Johnson for, the 10 years that I was county service officer, plus the couple years that I was his district service officer, that he actually requested to go part-time because of him getting Social Security.
I don't
Position
recall
was
it.
never full
I don't
It was
recall
never-
it ever being full.
That was the story.
Even
that-
before Bob was,
Yeah,
even before Bob
Right.
was the service officer,
okay.
veteran service officer.
And that was
How
the-
many hours are you putting in now? You put in 3 days a week at 7 hours or
8 hours.
8 hours? 8 hours, 3 days a week, 24 hours is what you're putting in.
Yes, sir. And then I'm taking, now that I have a laptop, so thank you very much for that. I take a lot of work home and do it on the weekends. So,
But in the office, you're putting in I realize even on days you're in the office, there are times when you have to make a call somewhere. But normally office hours would be 24 hours a week.
yes, sir.
So your office hours will remain the same?
Yes, sir.
And so the other consideration we always have to make when we take somebody from part-time to full-time would be benefits and other, what else is there, Sandy? I mean, we have to match retirements and.
See, I forgot about all that stuff because I don't need it because I'm a retired veteran.
Retirement,
Right.
purpose mandatory.
Whether you need it or not, we have
It's
to.
mandatory.
We have to provide it. If you're full-time, if you go beyond the 29-hour threshold, we have to provide it.
I wonder if, we've had a lot of turnover in this office in the last, 2 years. And maybe going full-time would help us curb the turnover. And kind of, that's one thing I would say about a part-time person. You hire a part-time person, you probably have more turnover than you would with full-time.
And
I really, and you alluded to it a minute ago, I like the idea, and I kind of thought that was the direction we were going, a second part-time person to, you mentioned the triaging, the people
Right.
that come into the office while she is busy. And perhaps even it would enable us to expand the office hours. I'm not sure we want to do that, but we could expand the office hours to 4 or 5 days a week, alternating, who's in there at that time. And the reason I say I'm not sure we want to do that, because that still leaves one of you in there by yourself during parts of the week. So, but I kind of like the idea of the flexibility that a second part-time person would add to that. I don't know, it's just my thoughts, and I'm listening to what your thoughts are.
And then, so I guess you could speak to that point if you'd like, and then also with the benefit portion of it is for, as a county expense, is usually pretty significant. In your situation, I think you're in a similar situation to Gary was, that we would be paying for 3% of your pay and PERF or whatever it is, and
11.2%.
that's what I meant. And it's only up by.
She pays 3%, we pay
Okay,
11.2%.
3% from you for 11 on there, okay. But as far as health insurance, which is the most significant part of it, you're covered. And you would be in the same situation as Gary.
And there's no way to
But
waive
she'd
that.
have the right to take hours. But she'd have the right to take hours.
And that's the thing too, if we approve this position for full-time and 25 years from now, when you retire from the position, the next person would be available for that. So
Well, the thing is that when she and I discussed her on the agenda, you guys have to create the position if she wants to budget for it for 23. So this may not be something that we do till January 1st. But if you don't create the position, the council can't fund it
can't consider
in
it.
2023. So that's kind of why I have her here now, because when she creates her budget, we need to know how to proceed. I mean, you guys can create it, the council can say no, but if you don't create it, she can't request it. And if you want her to go to 2 part-timers, that's the other thing we need to start doing for the budget for next year.
And that was I was trying to encourage that same thing. Whatever you're gonna do, we need to get on it now so that we can make a determination. And if we say whatever we say, then you can take the next steps.
Just backing up a minute on health insurance, I have a question about, you said she has the right to take it. If she's
She'd have the
full-time,
right,
she'd
I
have the
mean, it
right
has to be
take
offered
it.
to her full-time.
With Social Security, not with Social, with Medicare, you have I have a requirement to take it. Now, does VA not do that?
No.
In other words, Medicare becomes a secondary.
Right, VA doesn't care if you take Medicare or not. Because if you're
But
like 50% service connected or more, the VA will take care of you no matter what.
and they don't require private insurance if private
No.
insurance is available.
No,
They don't become the secondary.
if you have it, they will take it. VA, if you have the insurance, VA will take that or charge that insurance company.
I think the question he's saying is if it's offered to you, do they require you to take
No.
that offer?
No,
Because that's what.
Because I do not take my state health insurance because I'm covered by VA also, and I'm retired military, so I have TRICARE as a backup.
See, my experience is Medicare, of course, and
Right.
and
TRICARE is that way.
and Medicare, if private insurance is available to you, Medicare becomes a secondary.
Right.
So I have to take it. If I want insurance, I have to take it. I have to take the private insurance. I have to take the county insurance.
Right. VA do not require that.
I think that's one of the advantages of having a retired vet in the office, is we don't require it, so, I mean, I don't know how to get around that part though.
But to your point, if we create a position, even if you don't take it, the next hire that we put in that position may. So we almost have to budget for the expense.
Yeah, because the next one might be a veteran, but might not be service connected veteran getting VA healthcare.
Or retired.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Maybe 6 and
So we
7.
didn't really decide what, I mean, every year you can decide where you want to put that money. Or you can go back and forth between the two.
Mhm. So really, the majority of that income could cover this.
You mean splitting it, or you mean
If we did,
part-time?
right. No, with
With health insurance,
expanding-
it would probably be 17.
Right, but I'm saying in this situation. I mean, I've been a big supporter, especially since Gary started in the office and he really took off with what it could be and the number of people. I mean, you've been around, Kevin, am I off by the mark? Are we kind of getting
When
off
Gary, took over, the word got out there, and all of Du Bois County has filled her in, wanting things that they've heard other vets tell them they're getting, that vet might not qualify for, but the word got out in Du Bois County that Gary was here to help. And Susan, since Gary left, Susan is the same as Gary. The heart is in for the veteran. And I think one of the things beforehand was Amber, she wasn't didn't live in Du Bois County. She lived in Warwick, so she wasn't really known within the county. And Gary, he knows everybody. I go to the German restaurant with him, and half the restaurant said, "Hi, Gary."
Right. Yeah, I don't know what else to say other. I've got, my conflicting ideas are always, I don't want more positions, I don't want expanded positions, I don't want bigger government. This is a situation again, and it seems like I'm justified every time I want to add something, is that this is where we've been behind where we should have been for a while. And now that we're getting there, I want to take care of our service officer that's in the office. It's not right, it's not, we don't allow you to work for free. You know, that's our position, but you're doing it, right? So we've got to find a way to help you out. And you've looked at it, and this is a better option than having a part-time person for 15 hours or whatever amount of hours it is a week. I would like to try to find a way to make it work. And really, the veterans, we're not giving them a gift. It's giving them an earned benefit that they have put in the time. They put their life on the line, their time, their heart, and you know, they need to be taken care of. And now they're getting taken care of, and this is a small token of that, how we can do that.
I'm not sure how to ask this question, but I'll just ask it to flow this way I know how. Are you looking for full-time work, or are you looking for the hours to get the work done?
I'm looking for the hours to get the work done. I'm retired. I don't have a lot of, this is gravy. So I mean, yeah,
You understood the
I
question?
did, yes, sir.
So I still come back to the 2 part-time positions, and I just think that if we can help you get the work done through another individual, with another individual, rather than you going full-time and still being a single individual in that office. I still believe that would be a better situation. I don't know. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Well, I'd still have the same amount of appointments
You do.
without having the time to get the things done. So that's kind of my problem.
So could the second person not take some of that load, whether it's completing some forms or doing some paperwork or off of you in some way?
I think to an extent, but I don't know if they'd have to get trained.
If it's a second person, that person can be trained as well. Yeah, we have other counties in the district or state that has part-time that helps the county veteran service officer. Like in Greene County, they got a first deputy. Some counties have administrative, and all they do, like Warwick County, she just, even though they're 40 hours down there, she just does the secretarial type, administrative type work. But it's basically up to the commissioners and her how they want that office to be ran.
Do I pause for a moment? Mr. Schneider, is it critical that we open the bids at the exact time? Okay, so I'm gonna have to ask both of you to give us a moment here while we pause. We have a ambulance bid opening that was scheduled for 10 o'clock, and it is now 10 o'clock, time for those bids to be open. Mr. Schneider wants to do that and follow that process.
So we received one bid here again this time. That's from American Response Vehicles. Was, I believe they have the appropriate documentation this time around. They have a bid bond, they have the non-collusion affidavit, bid form. The bid is in the amount of $324,899.42, less a $7,221 discount. There are no trades on this. The total bid price then is $317,678.42, $317,678.42. I would pass this off to Mr. Young. He'd probably want to take the matter under advisement, review it, maybe even give a recommendation here later on in today's meeting or at the next one.
Mr. Young, is that bid similar to the last bid we have?
Yes, I bought the last one, but I think it's,
I didn't know if it was the same, better, or worse.
my understanding of it was.
Not that I guess it should even matter, I may not want to know. Did they bury the lead?
I know I went through every page of this the last time.
Cost more to include all the documentation.
Probably. Will they mail it again?
Unless
But
it's lower.
The new one?
time. Yes.
Can't argue with that. Mr. Young, if you'll, review it, you are scheduled, or were scheduled, to come in front of us at 9:45 for your budget. We will get to you after we are done with the veteran service, officer position. So if you want to look at it for a few minutes, do we call you up? Okay. You guys are welcome to come back up, please. Once we will get it taken under advisement. So I think we've been presented with your suggestion that you would like to change your hours from what's budgeted now for 24 hours, take that up to 40 hours or less per week. To you feel you can't get the work done within the time frame, or you're not getting the work done in the time frame. And you prefer that over having a part-time person out studying the issue. Is that a good summary? Both of you?
It's your office. It's your office.
You're my mentor.
I'm just here to support.
And as we do look down at every, Gibson, Green, Knox, Lawrence, Monroe, Perry, a couple that are less or the same as us, but Spencer Sullivan, Vandenberg, Warwick. How many people are in Vandenberg, veteran service officers?
They have one,
Just one?
but they have an admin personnel too.
So do you think they're getting underserved? I'm not gonna ask your opinion, I'll ask Susan, because I don't know if you on this bucket, you mentioned, is that one of your offices?
Warwick,
Vandenberg,
Vanderburg, yeah, it's one of my offices.
and you said they only have one person?
No, they have three. I thought
Oh.
in my mind, my brain said Warwick
Okay.
and Vanderburg. I'm sorry.
Then Warwick,
Vanderburg has 3 people. They have a service officer, assistant service officer, and then they have a receptionist who is also accredited to do claims also. So they have 3 in their office, and Vanderburg is pretty packed. They're pretty busy.
and in Warwick, who's I don't know, they're probably 50% bigger than us, is a veteran population.
Right.
You said they just have a single full-time and a
Admin,
yes,
and she does no claims work.
My concern too is the insurance. I don't want, that's wasted money to me,
Yeah.
if you're gonna pay,
We have to budget it. If you don't accept it, it doesn't cost us anything.
Right.
it doesn't. Oh, okay. Oh,
But we have to offer it to you.
okay. Okay.
And the retirement permit, or they mandatory.
Retirement, we have that.
Yeah, but I'm not too worried about the retirement, that's a smaller portion.
Well, I tend to think it makes more sense to go full-time and third before we add part-time. She's got a full-time supervisor at the point that she can't do it anymore. Then you add part-time. That would be my opinion. I think adding a part-time person, especially in her current job market, is going to be very hard. She might have turnover, it might add more work to her load. So I tend to think I would support her going full-time before I support the part-time person. And I know the cost is more, I understand the thinking behind doing the part-time person first. I just think this would work better. We've got a known commodity with Susan, and we know she does a good job, so it just makes more sense to me.
So does your math say it's gonna cost about $13,000 in extra wages a year? Is that where you're somewhere in that range? And then in addition to that would be another $1,400 in retirement. We're looking at a $14,000 cost. I would say that we have $6,000 in money from the community foundation that could be used to pay for half of that. Or we could say that it's full-time and it's 35 hours, and that would cut a third of that 13,000 off, and it would be $8,000 a year. So it kind of depends what direction we want to go with it. Would you say you need to have the 40 hours? I mean, is that, or you're just looking for anything that you get additional to where you're at now is going to be beneficial?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Commissioner Morales, thoughts?
Well, I think I've expressed my opinion about, what I think the benefits of two part-time are, but if we were to go full-time, you're still talking about keeping the office open to the public 3 days a week
Yes, sir.
and use the other 2 days for processing and, or whatever other work needs to be done.
Sir.
Would that work be done in the office?
Yes, sir.
So in other words, you would be in the office 5 days a week,
Yes,
but the door would only be open 3 days a week.
Yes,
Once in a while, you do need to go out and visit a vet, I assume, and so now you have to close the office,
Yes.
put a sign on the door, go out. Would it be your intention to try to do that on the off days,
yes, sir.
Monday, Friday, or whatever those off days?
Yes, sir.
The office is open Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Uh,
Do more outreach on those days.
So in other words, the office there would be fewer times when the office would be closed for that outreach
Yes.
reason. The doors would be closed, okay?
And just for an example on that one, we had that Vietnam Local Home at the American Legion on the 24th. So I had to close early to go to that, and that was on a Tuesday. So,
Mhm. Mhm. But that, something like that, which is scheduled out there on a Thursday, you would still have to close the office to do
I
that.
would.
Yeah,
But
but-
also, I could also, if I can extend, and I've done this too, don't want me, I've actually made a couple appointments on Fridays,
Okay.
just to
Yeah.
catch up. So I can do those, I mean, need be, absolutely, I can do by appointment only.
I think that's my only question at this point. Like I said, I still struggle with the idea that a second part-time would add some more flexibility to the thing than what it is, but I do agree you need more help. You need more time.
A part-timer also she would have to administrate. So it may take away from some of the things she does so that she can administer, manage. So. Do you think there's any possibility if we took you to full-time that there would be any community members who would be willing to volunteer a few hours here and there to help in your office? Is that something that might work?
Yes, sir, I actually talked to a lady, but she saw how busy I was, she's like, oh, if I could, I'd come in and volunteer for you, so I almost took her up on that, but, if I can get volunteer help, that'd be wonderful.
Well, I'm not necessarily opposed to making the position full-time, if that's the direction we want to go. Because she needs help.
But the next question would be, what is full-time going to look like in this office? We want to go 35, 37 and a half, 40.
I like to do 40 hours, but I'm open.
So if we do fewer hours,
Presently, you do 8 hours.
3 days, yes.
Is it 8 to 4 with, or 8 to 4:30? What are your hours in the office?
It's 8 to 4, yes, sir, no lunch,
No lunch.
Unless I
Is that,
unless he comes down.
Unless I come down.
is that allowed?
I just don't, I think we should have a lunch hour.
What is the Fair Labor Standards Act? What do we have to do?
I don't know that. So safe.
But, I think it needs to be in there, yes, an amount of time, a little bit, a full hour.
I don't think you have to have an hour, but I think you need to have a break.
30 minutes, I think,
30
is that's what my impression that we have to build into it.
30 minutes would be allowed.
You follow what we're saying, we can't do that. We can't work through lunch.
I gotta take care of the guys, you know?
You can take a break.
Come down more than, no.
so if we would match this with the rest of the county, that does save us on the wage, it gives her less hours again. Because that would get her to 35, so she'd be adding 11 hours.
35 with an hour break. for lunch.
35 would be an 8 to 4 with an hour for lunch if you took it.
37 and a half would be an 8 to 4 with a 30-minute break, which, you know, according to Fair Labor, you know,
That's fine.
it works. If you want to go 40, we'd have to go either 7:30 to 4 or 8 to 4:30 with a half-hour break.
I suppose I could be okay with putting her on the same kind of schedule that the remaining courthouse people are on. That was, again, that adds 11 hours instead of 16 hours to what the wage would be, so that starts our wage out a little bit less. And if she comes back in 6 months and says, hey, well, we could use those 5 hours, then we can look at that. But this keeps the new expense down a little bit.
You'd also have to keep track of comp time when she works over. And either pay that out or she'd have to take it off. And she should be tracking that now already when she's going over.
Right.
So would you be satisfied with the 35 hours? I mean, that's an improvement from where you are, that's a full-time position. I guess that's where I would go.
I'd be happy with that.
And whenever you're working with the council on this budget, that we try to find a way to use the community foundation money that we have coming in every year first, so that it's a less of an impact on the county general. So I guess our job today would be, are we going to approve creating the position of expanded hours for this, taking 24 hours to 35, 40, whatever hours it is, and then it'll be up to the council then to approve if they're going to fund it or if they are not. Does that sound accurate to the board? Does that sound accurate?
Yeah.
The description?
I think so.
Any other comment from y'all? No?
And as I said, I'm in favor of increasing the hours. I would do it a little different way, but I'm certainly in favor of increasing the hours.
I mean, I guess the only other option that we could do is say, well, instead of 24 hours, we can give you 29 hours a week or whatever that amount is. But I don't think that's gonna get her where she wants to be. A few extra hours a week, but that's not gonna.
I don't like purposefully staying under the full-time mark just because. If we need somebody to go full-time, then we need them to go full-time. They should get the benefits to go with that.
Money's always a consideration.
I get it, I get it.
So 35,
I think 35 is
We'll-
sufficient.
I'll move that we amend the job description for the DuBois County Veteran Service Officer to be a 35-hour position under the same work category, which is SO at this time, under the same wage that it's at this time, beginning January 1st. Yes, 2022. And of course, that would be pending the council approving the funds to cover that. That'd be the motion I would make.
I'll second your motion.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Have a good day.
And you do the same thing.
Thank you.
Anybody want to be addressing something?
Okay, for a little
All
while.
right, we're okay for Mr. Young's budget if he can be reasonably short.
Wage classification.
Yeah, same way. You come very great news.
So the budget form, one. That's probably what we're going through, and then I have a fleet report behind that with all. It just has 6 ambulances on there, the 7th one is the one we just received, so it doesn't have, Grant County repairs to it. So
He's what? He's the region, region service officer. He covers 17 counties for the veterans administration. Okay, could you maybe a little louder to say again where we're starting here?
So, we're starting on budget, Form 1.
Okay, budget form 1.
Personal services, salaries and wages, the coordinator assistant, I just did a 3% increase. I think that's what it said in the email.
Correct?
Just for your information, Ryan, we're gonna round to whole dollars, so
Okay,
when you see it,
just, okay. Under the operating expense, we had supplies, we had 5,000, that was same as last year.
Okay.
Under the other services and charges, the hospital subsidy, last year we were 395, this year we're at 90,000. Couple things that have happened, we're still working on the billing, situation, and I don't really have much answer, from that standpoint. We've changed, into a different software program, and they're struggling getting the information I need out of that. But how we came up with the 90,000 was we, overall, the department, the expenditures and revenue that we put in year to date, we're 2 months shy, and right now we're 90,000 in the red, basically. So from that standpoint, we're much better off than where we were last year. Last year, we were quite a bit over that. There is some things with the charging that I would like for the hospital to do. I've got a few meetings scheduled to do that. I'm not sure where they're gonna be with that. They usually change their charges once a year in July. But one of the big things on it that I'm not happy with is the mileage per what we term loaded miles. So we put the patient in the back of the ambulance, transport to the hospital. Right now, we're billing $4 a mile. The Medicare reimbursement of what Medicare recommends you bill is $7.25 a mile. So we're leaving about $3.25 on the table on each Medicare transport we do, because that's what Medicare would pay. So we need to get that, most services, from what I understand, bill a lot more than that. But that's really the only area in our charging that I feel like is out of sorts. So by doing that, I think we can eliminate more of this $90,000 subsidy. If we're doing what we're supposed to be doing and charging appropriately, I think that should decline as well. So,
With that charge, wasn't there some local entities charging up to $14?
yeah, Pike County charges 18. And I know some of the other services in southern Indiana charge in that realm. So we're kind of way behind in that aspect. And, you know, when you think of it, I don't know 100% how much, but I would say we're probably charging, you know, probably 75 to 100,000 miles in a year's time. So you multiply that by $3.25, you know, that's a huge amount that we're leaving on the table. So
What was the subsidy last year?
395,000.
395.
So, as we move on to the utility services, the Huntingburg and the Du Bois stations, those, I believe we upped those just a little bit, just because everything's costing more, for utilities, but I think that's pretty standard what we had last year. The ambulance repairs is something that we upped last year. We had it at 48,000, and I think we had spent 72 the previous year, so we split the difference and went to 60. You got the fleet service report in front of you with the 6 ambulances on this one. The 7th one is the one we just purchased and took ownership of. I think right now we're year to date, we're at $17,000 is what we spent on repairs. So I think we can drop that by about $10,000 and still be okay. The oldest 2 ambulances we have, one of them has 331,000. Those are the first 2 on your sheet, on your packet. The other one has 321,000. I think both of those are gonna need some repairs yet. I know there's one's, a power steering pump, is gonna need replaced, and I think that's about $1,000 to $1,500. So, you know, that's kind of do you budget a little bit more and budget for problems that you think you might occur, or do you budget what you went off last year? If the problems occur, then you come back and ask for additional appropriation. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
We don't want to over budget, but we don't want to have every department coming in asking for additional money. Would that be an accurate way of saying it? So, just being fair is the.
I mean, I think 50,000 is a good guesstimate. From the previous year, we'd spent, I think 72 and then 48, and then this year we're at 17. I think they had thought by having newer trucks that money would decrease, which is pertinent, but then we've got 2 trucks with 330,000 miles on them too. So, as we move on ahead down to the other service, the uniforms, we had 8,000. That's what we had in there last year.
And just for the record too, the uniform amount was higher previously.
Yes.
Most of these were higher than what we did last year. So we're trending downward in a positive way.
Under the capital, the computer software, $8,700. That's the same as last year. We did add a scheduling software this year. I'm not sure. We may be able to get on the hospital scheduling software, and that may give us what we need. So if we do that, then that would be a moot point, but I wanted to put that in there just in case. The hospital's software is coming in November, so we haven't really dove into that yet to see if that's going to meet our needs yet. Equipment is $25,000. I think that's roughly what we did last year. And then something new we added was cot replacement. So we're starting to replace cots as we purchase new ambulances. So that's in the price. It was in the price of this bid of this new ambulance. The ambulance we just took ownership of, we haven't got it yet, but there was a cot in that one as well. So we have 7 cots. 2 of them will be replaced, and then the $155,000 was for 3 cots. So I wasn't planning on replacing the cots out of the trucks that have 300,000 miles on them. But the other 3 trucks I would like to replace the cots in. We had one break about a month ago, and the frame on it just broke. So it was, mean, they're old, they've been used, we have them certified every year, but, they're getting some age on them and really need to look at start replacing them. Thought was if we replace them as we go, and then it's not as big of a expenditure. But these 3 that we're using in these trucks, the 2 newer trucks that we have, and the 1 truck that has 75,000 on it, that's the one we'd like to replace, those 3. And then the last thing is, I did put in for another ambulance. Again, I think we kind of bunched them together and we had 2 bought at the same time, which is kind of, I think that's what we had to do, but my idea would be get them more on a rotation of you're buying one every year or one every other year. And so we're not having 2 ambulances with 220,000+ miles on them at the same time. So with this bid being open, I would like to kind of wait a few months, maybe look at bidding another one out at the beginning of the year, maybe, so we get them more on a rotation of, like I said, once a year, one every other year, or something along those lines. So it's not a big expenditure all in the same year. So a total of $723,289. Again, if you take that $350 out compared to what we were at last year, I think we're about $180,000 under where we were last year. And I came back and asked for the appropriation for the ambulance. So for last year, so really, I think we're about 180 less than where we were last year.
Primarily to the Memorial Hospital City.
Yes. Did we not previously, was the new ambulance always a part of the schedule, Form 1?
Well, we put it in QCAP, we don't put it on general fund, so we'll probably move that.
Move that,
to QCAP
okay.
again.
So
But
That's the first time I asked
I
for
wrote
one, so I didn't
QCAP
know
on
where that
oh, you're
went.
fine.
So,
So this is a fine budget to present in this way and it can be moved.
Well, we're gonna make some tweaks to it.
Okay.
But that's fine.
And the cot replacement, what's the cot? The movable part that comes out of the
the
vehicle?
bed that they lay on.
Yeah. And historically, how does that work?
We've bought those, basically on our own. You can buy them when you purchase the ambulance now, which is what we're trying to do. The big piece to this is most of them are all, electronic now, which makes it so, the bed raises and lowers. You don't have to lift, which, saves employees' backs and workman's comp injuries and those type things. When you look at a long-term care facility like a nursing home, they like to have the bed low to the ground, in case the patient falls out of the bed. So they're usually anywhere between 1.5 to 2 foot off the ground. The cots we have currently are either they're in the upright position, meaning they're this tall, or they're all the way down to the floor. So in those interim beds that they have in the long-term care facility, it's really hard to move a patient over because you're either dropping them 1 foot or 2 foot, or you're having to pick them up and then put them over. That's kind of the standard that most places are going to at this point. I know a couple of the states that's required now. So when you purchase a new cot, you have to have that on there.
How many cots are in that number?
3.
3. Okay.
Yeah. They're just over 50 apiece.
So I guess my question, what I'm trying to get at too, is were the cot replacements, did that come out of the county budget in the past, or did that come out of the subsidy?
I assume the county budget.
I didn't
I'm
remember.
not 100% sure on that, but we haven't replaced them in several years, so that's probably
It's not top of mind.
Right.
I don't remember.
right.
What was the cost per cot?
It's just over 50,000 per cot. The total is 155.
Under our contract.
Yeah. I guess I just don't remember it being in the budgets, but that's probably to me, not remember. 3 cots at 50 apiece.
So that's on our,
That's above our
Is that
$1,000
We have a minimum threshold in that park season, so.
No, I appreciate your work on it. I appreciate you working with me outside of the meeting on it a little bit too. Give me some insight on how things operate. So I think it's a fine request, and I would support moving forward with it to the council.
I support it.
Commissioner Brown, any questions?
Well, I think I've asked no more questions.
Okay.
I'll
I'll move
continue
it.
to work on the billing piece. I might need your help if we need to raise that mileage rate. I would appreciate your support to the hospital to say, hey, this is something that we have to do. We need to do. I feel like it's a pretty fair assessment. If Medicare says this is the dollars that are available, you should be going after those dollars and not, that will drive the subsidy even further down. So then, it's win-win for the hospital, win for the county. So.
Right, there's no reason not to make it at $8 to capture that. So I would move that we support moving this forward to the county council as is.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. That motion carries. Thank you. And then you're going to take this under advisement?
Yes, I would like to take that under advisement. There's one thing on there that I'm questioning. So I would like to.
Are you thinking you'd like to come back before us again in a couple hours or in a couple weeks? Does it make any difference to you?
I mean, we're here for a period of time, so you can play it by ear, in my opinion. If you get an answer in the next hour, I would safely assume we'll still be here. I think I'll give you my number, you can reach out to me.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
And if not,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Just do it at a subsequent meeting, okay?
Let's take a 3 minutes and then we'll get back to business here. Julie, you'll be up next.
Right here.
I learned that.
Too much.
If it's wrong, if it's if there's a mistake on there, there may be a way that we can do it.
You're good too, Melissa.
I'll have to do a quick research on that. So in terms of they sent the wrong information, okay? In person, there's no way to change it.
Time to run to the store.
I know that's.
I don't have one here. I haven't heard one.
It might not be. They just take a break.
Is it cold?
I'm sitting right underneath the vent. I didn't want to move because
Okay.
it's freezing. That's okay.
Whatever reason, it's either as hard to read it. It just, yeah, it's either too hot or too cold.
Well,
I want 1 degree, we'll see.
it was 71 when we got here this morning. I thought it was hot, so I turned it down one. Just sit on the vent.
I'm glad you sit on that.
It'll get you.
Nick, if you get hot, we'll still vent.
I'd be glad to. Let's, everybody sits in the back row. That's why the vent's in the back row. Move everybody forward, right?
I almost were sleepless today on a note.
Get myself back in order.
You're fine.
All right, let's get the meeting back to order. The next item on our agenda is the 2023 budget, Adult Protective Services.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Julie Stewart. I am the Director of Adult Protective Services. We cover 6 counties: Davies, Du Bois, Greene, Martin, Pike, and Knox. Davis County is our hub county. That's where we work out of. Davis County subsidizes our budget by paying rent, telephone, computer, tech, things like that. They used to cover our insurance, but with the rising price of insurance, last year they stopped. And that's when we came to you all and asked for donations. So last year you guys gave $5,000. I'm asking, or if maybe we could get that again this year. So far this year, we've had over 500 cases Adult Protective Services has worked, and that's cases and incident reports. Of that, Du Bois County's 183 of those cases are in Du Bois County. Just to kind of give you, some background. I kind of wanted to let you know the 5,000 that you guys did gift us last year we appreciate it so much. We got to do some continuing education that we haven't been able to do because we didn't have it in our budget. So that was used for that, still going on. It's been grateful because I did not budget enough for gas. I did not have any indication that the gas prices were going to be as high as they were when I did my budget a year ago. So it's subsidizing gas when we're getting to our cases in Du Bois County. Also, what we are going to use it for is residents of Du Bois County. A lot of times when we go into houses and cases, maybe someone just needs a ramp built so they can stay in their home. That we will use that for only Du Bois County residents when we get that. Like ramps, a lot of times they need their house cleaned up. They need some help with some kind of cleaning. So just to kind of let you know some of the things that $5,000 will go for if you will let us have it again next year. So that's really all I have. I was kind of wondering if you guys have questions.
What, if you were to say a local entity here that really benefits from your service? I know the individual does, but do you deal with the sheriff's department? Do you deal with the hospital? Who around here is somebody that works with you a lot and would say, oh, we really need this? Or
we work with the hospital a lot, the social workers, anytime someone comes in that they feel might need a home visit, that we need to go in and look. We, social workers at Memorial Hospital are on a hotline call constantly. We do work with the sheriff's department, and the police departments when they get an elderly person or an incapacitated person, over at the age of 18, they'll call us and say, hey, can you help with some services? So home health care agencies, we work with them. We also work with the local, I was gonna say KCRC, but that's Knox County, the local independent living.
How many total cases did you say you worked? 500?
To date, this year alone, we've worked for over 500 cases.
500 cases
In Du Bois County
this
Right.
year,
this year.
2022, another
Correct.
6 months.
Correct.
Okay. And Du Bois County's been 183
183,
of those 500.
500.
Okay. And how many counties?
6 counties.
6 counties. Davies County being the hub.
Correct. We work with the prosecutor's offices, and that's how, we're with FSSA, they fund our budget, but then Davis County distributes our budget, does that make sense? And then they offset any pricing that we don't have.
And I know to kind of piggyback on Chad's question, I know our local fire chief here is really passionate about this. I'm sure you've had conversations with him.
We've started some meetings
First
where I,
responders and that sort of thing go into homes and they see these things.
yes. No, we have I just started some meetings. I'm new. I mean, I'm in 1 year. This is my first year as director. I've been with APS for many years, but I'm in charge for the first time this year. So I've started outreach programs, and I've been to Du Bois County, or to here on getting started with meetings with the local attorney, you know, and this gentleman was in our last meeting. So yeah, we're trying to make sure everyone knows who we are and try to get the services in that we need.
And what's the service that you could say, when this happens and when we do this, our job has been done to the reason we do our job, what would that be in the community?
I do like a what if scenario, this elderly person that has no family or family, you know, has separated, maybe isn't as sharp as they were, you know, the bank will call us, or they've been to the doctor's office and the doctor's office will call. What we'll do is we'll go into the home, we'll sit with them, see what they need. You know, we've been working a lot of financial scams lately as well. And we've found that more than one, in the meantime, they just want someone, they're lonely, they want someone to talk to. So, you know, we do that, but we also will set up home health. You know, we'll say, okay, to have this person stay in the home, let's get some home health in the home. So we'll work with the doctor's office and work with the home health care agencies to do that. We'll also work with them if they need some food, we, you know, don't have the means to get this, we'll work with local agencies to maybe get some food into the home, food delivered, hot meals delivered. We work with Generations, which is our local AAA that covers Du Bois County as well. They cover the same counties that we do. And just get them the help that they need. A lot of times, the sad part is sometimes we have to get them to a nursing home, get them where they're safe, where they're not safe in their home anymore. So we'll do that. That's not really, I don't consider that a success story because we want to keep them in their home.
And do you do all of this at the will of a court order, or can you, I mean, if somebody, or how do you get in someone's home? I mean, do you just, hey, we've heard you may need some help?
Absolutely. We go in, no police, no guns. We just go in knocking on the door and say, you know, we got a call, heard you might need some help. Can we talk to you? Some people say, of course, some people shut the door in our face, but that's what we do. As far as court orders, the only time we need to get a court order is if we are forcing them out of their home to a safe, whether it be a nursing home, something like that. We don't do that often. You know, usually we can get them to realize whatever avenue they need to get the help. We try to sweet talk them or whatever to get the help they need.
Do you feel like you're able to manage the referrals that you get and respond to the referrals that you get, or is there a need out there that's even larger than what you're able to handle?
There's 3 of us in the office, 3 full-time people for the 6 counties. We work with what we've got and we do get everybody taken care of. We do. So I know that's probably not answering the question. Of course, we can always use more help, but we work with what we got and we're okay with
Touch
it.
all the bases, maybe not as heavily as you'd like to.
We do, we try, and I think we are succeeding in getting everybody taken care of. We have 3 very passionate people in what we do. We go above and beyond. We're 24/7. We're on call, not just an 8-4 job anymore.
Anything from you, Mr. Rossiter? I would support moving forward with the static request from last year.
Absolutely, it's important work and
Maybe we put in your budget.
yes.
All right, I'll move that we support that $5,000 request be moved towards the county council for their decision.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay, we will keep moving. Ms. Judy Brown. With oil and water. How are you this morning?
I'm good, how are you today?
Oh, we're having fun, honey. I'm not sure though about the other job having fun.
We're ready. Hi, Judy.
Hi. I like your model there.
Do you have fun?
Yeah.
You having fun? Oh, yeah. Good.
Are you under
Good to
this?
hear.
What, 3 years ago?
So our budget request is pretty consistent with what it's been over the past couple of years. For the salaries, my salary is, it includes the proposed 3% increase. For the resource specialist, Justin Berry, I'm working with Markey. We've requested a 6% increase for him. And again, I'm working with Markey on that. And then as far as the administrative assistant, I am requesting a 5% increase for her. Both of them have gone above and beyond this past year and done a really excellent job. And I would like to give those salaries a little bump. The second resource specialist for soil health, that is the requested, or the suggested 3% increase. And then the comp time is no change from the past few years.
Have you been having to use your comp time? Or-
No, we have not. The last couple of years, we haven't used it. So moving through the rest of the budget, what I typically do is average out over the last 5 years what our expenses have been. We kind of tossed out 2020 because with the pandemic going on, some of our services changed a little bit. We went to a lot of online virtual things rather than in person. So I kind of tossed out that year. So this is an average of the past few years though. So office supplies, we're still requesting $600 for that. Vehicle fuel is a little bit of a bump up from $1,500 to $1,800. And then we dropped routine maintenance down for our vehicles down to $800. So the $2,600 is actually what we've requested the last few years. Office space, utilities is all provided by the USDA, so that doesn't come out of the county budget at all. Education materials remains the same at $2,500, and postage we bumped up from $500 to $700. So, and that's really all on our request. So we've had a couple of small increases, again, to the fuel and postage, but the other increases are for the salaries.
The office supplies at $600, was there any increase there, or is that the same as?
It's remaining the same. Office supplies, yeah, it stays the same.
Okay. So other than salaries, there's very little increase in here, maybe a couple of
Yes.
years.
It's about 7,000 more than last year total. According to the bottom line. 171, 252 this year, or last year's approval was 164, 517.
That includes salary.
Yes, sir.
Some of that 164,517 though wasn't approved, so our actual approved budget was 162,516. We had requested pay increases last year, and for one person, we requested a higher percentage than what was actually awarded. So there's a.
Okay, yeah, here it has that the requested amount and the approved amount is the same, but that may be an error.
Okay, somewhere along the way.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Probably approved in the budget, but was never approved to be appropriate.
Well, they have it listed as requested and approved, so I would think approved is what the council approved. It's the final one.
So for resource specialist, you're going to ask for 6% and the administrative assistant, 5%?
That is correct.
Okay, just want to make sure I had them right.
So does this board feel it's our responsibility to question or discuss the increases over and above the 3%, or let they, what do you think? You've been a council person
I'd
before.
leave it to the council.
No,
That's
that's my fault, that's the council.
They cover salary, that's their job. Unless we're just vehemently opposed to it, you know, but, and that if you
I
call
don't
the
recall
council
them
and say,
asking
hey,
us about the 3%, so.
And I think with his, it's 1,200, which I think is the difference. 3% would be
Yes.
1,200, another 1,200 would be 6%.
Right.
And that's why I asked, other than salary, and I see it as a $200 increase in there.
Yes, overall, yes,
Pretty flat.
yes.
So that's my concern.
Yeah, we try to
I'm not
watch what we
concerned, but
spend.
that's what I'm looking at.
We don't want to request more than what we're actually using.
Salaries is more of a council.
I'll move that we approve moving the budget forward to the county council as presented.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
All right,
Just
thank
that
you.
easy. Thanks for
very
coming in.
much.
We appreciate it. Sorry you had to wait a little bit.
Oh, that's okay, thank
No
you.
problem. Thank you.
Okay, next up is TriCap RSVP was taken off of the agenda. So that saves us a few minutes. Almost. Yeah, we are, aren't we? Yeah. So well, great. Then we have 5 minutes
Not really,
until.
because these guys didn't finish.
Right.
Right, so we've got 5 minutes until the Older American Center comes up, so
Steve, can you finish in 5?
yeah, let's do it, Steve.
Okay, the last item, chip seal overlays, you can see we're nearly complete on there. They're starting on 350 South and 75 East this morning. We are planning on some fog seal of Celestine South, which was completed last week as far as the chip seals go. And right now, we're probably tomorrow, if we have enough manpower for flagging, we're gonna be striping Du Bois Road Northeast, 735 East, and Crystal Road North. So moving right along, I think we're about 49% through. So that's all I got.
This is quick, hopefully. When we choose a rejuvenator or a RejuveTech versus one of the other there's multiple products, right, that claim to do similar items. And I think that the city of Jasper, I don't know where I saw it, I was looking at something on their roads, they use a different company than we do. And it was a company that I wasn't familiar with. Why is it just, we all look at the numbers or whatever they put in front of us, we just see different things? Is there a reason why you like one different than the city does, or?
City streets act different than what county roads. City streets have much better base 90% of the time. County roads, we build rock, put chip seal, put pavement down. City streets usually have much better base, they just do. So did you see a Cape Seal or a slurry seal, along those lines? Those don't work for our roads. We want to keep the asphalt we got, just putting that on there, it costs more than what a rejuvenator does. Rejuvenator is just a liquid, goes down, less time, more quick.
So different products behave differently, even though if they, to me, not knowing anything about them other than their advertising pieces, they may act completely different and have different purposes.
Different tool in a toolbox.
Okay. I'm just curious. I don't think I know.
Rejuvenator, I think you're not telling you that rejuvenator rejuvenates the asphalt, it's not really an overlay.
Correct.
Right. It's what we call a surface seal.
Yeah, well, the city does a lot of, it's not even called, it's not called an overlay, but it's,
It's a cave seal, slurry seal. It's,
it's more of a sealer on top of the asphalt.
That's great to
Now,
Like it's a bigger product.
the RejuveTech one basically is putting a chemical on the surface and then it absorbs into a drier pavement, basically putting the chemical back in that heat and sun will take out of that pavement, causing it to be more brittle. You put that chemical back in there, it'll soften it up a little bit and then prevent it from cracking or at least prolong the aging process. That's the whole point of that. You try to use those on roads that have significant base structure underneath, because if you do that on a road that doesn't have very much pavement on it, you're gonna have subsurface issues. So those are the ones you really have to deal with first before you start doing the surface treatment, so.
All right, thank you. Brad, you left you 2 minutes.
I get something done in 2 minutes. I like to get done. So, the two easy ones, our community crossings, the jobs we paved, we had bid out last week. I have reviewed them, and J.H. Rudolph bid was complete and low, so I do recommend them for approval. That's item number 2. So I do recommend them for approval at $737,325. That's for Jasper Dubois Road and Steinbach Road. The paving, repaving of those.
I'll move, unless there's other discussion, we've looked at this before. I'll say that I'll move that we approve community crossing 2022-1. And presented, you weren't here.
There's a breakdown of if you
Yeah,
want to see
I
it real
think I
quick.
did see that.
Do we have a first and a second? Any other discussion? Give Commissioner Jones a moment to review.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
And then the second part of number 2 is the contract for CCMG with NDOT. It is a DocuSign, so I will sign it after your guys' approval. Greg has seen it, reviewed it. It's a standard contract that we've been doing for the award amount we had, so.
We will look at this.
If you remember, we passed a resolution last year, I think it was, that allowed them to do that, but still get the board's approval prior to signing.
Our match is in place, so there shouldn't be any issue with anything, right?
Correct.
Is your address up there, 1066? Looks in order to me. I'm fine with having Brett sign for us electronically.
It's all standard stuff, isn't it?
And then, I'll go ahead with it.
Yeah.
The top number 1.
Mr. Rose, you are satisfied with it, if you'll make the motion so you can read the exact verbiage of what we're approving there.
Talking about the local roads bridge matching grant agreement. Yeah, I'll make a motion, we approve the local roads and bridges matching grant agreement as presented to us this morning.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries, so you can sign that on our behalf.
I can do that, I'll get that on our way.
And Bridges grant agreement.
It's these community crossing matching grant agreement. Then the last part down there is the baby projects. I blued out the CC, or the 2021, it's already done, I forgot to blue it off there. But, none of them have been scheduled yet, except for Old Huntingburg Road, 150, 100 and 400. J.H. Rudolph is going to do that the week of July 4th. After July 4th, they're going to move in and get that done.
Okay.
And the first one, we'll wait till toward the end of the night to discuss a lot of things.
Okay, so we'll come back to,
Yeah.
discuss the last item. All right, let's do the, Older American Center, Carrie Dick, 2023 budget. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good, thank you.
Good. This is basically what I did with the cardboard. At the end of every year with the summary for what's been happening with all of us. We're still struggling with the pandemic. I mean, that's just part of it. I know some of the older seniors still aren't coming in. They're still afraid. Because we call them and talk to them off and on. If we know that they used to do one of the activities that we have going, we'll give them a call and see if they want to come in. So I think we're still fighting that a little bit. Our exercise classes are through the roof. That we're hitting that 55 to 65 range. Some that may still be working a few days a week, but we're really hitting that group really well with Casey and all of her classes. We were able to reopen in March of last year and then went from virtual. Casey's doing like in-person, we went back to in-person exercise classes in March, and we recovered well considering what had been going on and that our age group was the most affected. We still stay diligent in the cleaning and things like that. We keep everybody spaced at exercise classes. I think she's up to 48, 50 people per class right now. So those were in the 30s and 40s before. So like I said, we're hitting that age group really well. We purchased a new multi-gym body system from REM at the end of 2020. And we finally got that in at the end of 2021. It was a little delayed. It was supposed to have been in May. It just kept pushing all the way through. That's been a great addition to the exercise room. And the exercise room in itself continues to see a lot of growth because people can come in and kind of do their own thing. If you look at, this is the sheet I give the park board every month that's based on all of our activities. We're back up in the 1,500s a month. We were in like almost 3,000s in February of 2019, and then the pandemic it wiped us out. But we've built back up into the 1,500s, and we're starting to do our trips again, which of course now we're starting to do bus trips and diesel $6 a gallon, so that's kind of killing us as well. And then trying to keep our trips within the day and just to make sure that the people attending feel comfortable. We're hitting the Derby dinner the end of this month. We have 2 buses for July or August. We're going in August to take 2 buses back over to the Derby dinner, and they said that's about as far as they want to go. Just about an hour bus ride. We also at the end of last year decided that we were not going to renew our contract with Ride Solutions. We were losing almost $11,000 a year with providing the transportation service, and we were contracting with Ride Solutions. We purchased the van, we hired the drivers, and then they did all the back work, and we were losing almost $11,000 a year. So we decided not to renew that contract. The service didn't go away. Ride Solutions hired our driver because we had lost a driver, and hiring drivers is insane right now to get them to pass the NDOT physicals and things like that. So with that, they hired our driver, so now Tanya drives for them 5 days a week, which has been fantastic. And then she basically kept her old route that they always gave us. So with that, it was senseless for us to keep throwing money into something because we were at the end of the life on the van. We either have to purchase a new van, the mobility lift, and all that kind of stuff. So we're not a transportation company. It was kind of one of our arguments for them to hopefully take that service back, and they did. Because I know they're inundated. We get calls all the time, and we always refer them on to Ride Solutions. So I know they're inundated, but it just wasn't benefiting us as an Older American Center to keep that going. So at the bottom of the sheet, you'll see that we have the additional funding that we have from you and then Right Solutions that of course will not happen this year. I added the current city-county split for this year. I mean, it looks like we're staying pretty close to a third. We get a lot from Hayesville, Ireland. We have a Ferdinand group that comes over on Thursdays for car attorneys. We get a lot of Huntingburg. So we're still pulling them in. It's just keeping word going and getting new blood back in for the ones that we've lost. Because we did lose a lot of our regulars, so it was rough. The whole thing was. And other than that, I added our July calendar. Like I said, we're finally doing trips again. But otherwise, we still do all of our car attorneys and all the exercise. The Singing Seniors, which is a group that has not even, they just now started back up. They didn't even want to come in. They're back up, and now that nursing homes are allowing people in, they're going to start going back out and singing at the nursing homes and things like that too. So other than that, I'm just continuing to ask for the 20,000 that you've given us every year. I'm not asking for anything above and beyond. We're still making it and trying to build back from everything that happened.
What is the age range that you serve?
We are 55 and up. Yeah, Casey Ware's doing a fantastic job hitting that 55 area, which is great. You know, a lot of them still work. They'll come in for exercise classes or they're volunteering. So that's where you get them started, is when they're that age, and then they're like, ooh, I like that. Then they come in and they'll start doing the trips and things like that. So yeah, we picked up several from her exercise classes doing other stuff. And she knows everybody. She's from Schnellville, so it's like all her family's still out, Schnellville, Celestine. So we get a lot of pull from her. But she ended up going part-time this year. She wanted to spend time with her family, so she went part-time. And then we replaced her with someone, but he's doing part train and part her. So I went from having one full-time employee to 2 part-time employees. So, I mean, it's working. We're figuring it all out. The van is still used for camp care. Tanya still drives that for us, and we go pick up all the special needs in the area and bring them in for adult camp in the evenings. It's like a 50-mile trip one way. And they go down, they go through Huntingburg, Ferdinand, back up through Celestine and bring them in for camp. They're doing Palmer's game, I think, this next week. But so we're still using it for things like that, but just not the transportation side of it anymore. So
I'm trying to understand the transportation piece of this and what you were doing and what you're not doing now. You were contracting with Right Solutions.
yeah,
They were, what were you contracting for from Right Solutions?
they were doing all of our trips. They scheduled all of the trips and took care of all of the scheduling. And we basically provided 2 drivers and a van.
Okay, and so the 14,026 that you.
That was the ride, like for the $2 a ride, the $3 a ride it went from 3 to 2 during the pandemic. They took their price back, but that's the money that we collected off of that and the federal money. Cause we were getting like $1,800 a month federal money through the third, I can't remember what the grant number is. It was like a 38. I can't remember, but we were getting federal funding from them, and that was the money that we got back from that.
So that's not gonna be in your budget this year,
No,
but you were losing 11,000.
yeah,
So it's almost close to a wash.
yeah, pretty much. Plus with the upkeep of the van, and we were getting ready to have to buy a new van. That's the reason we decided that it wasn't feasible to purchase another $30,000 van and then maintain that. We bought that van in 2000. I hired in at the Havoc Center in 2010, and we bought that in 2011.
So now that Right Solutions is doing all of the transportation for you, well, I shouldn't say.
They took it back.
For the people that are coming to you.
Yeah.
They're collecting that fee.
Yeah, they're taking it back.
And whatever federal or government grants may be coming their way because of it.
Yeah, and they're paying.
Are they operating? No, I guess what I'm saying is, are they able to do that for those fees? Are they benefiting from that?
I would assume so. They had to be. I mean, we were we were really, they were having the benefit of not having van maintenance or paying drivers or anything on us. So they, in turn, are recouping that back. They're now providing the van and paying the drivers. So what they're making back from what we don't, that's probably, it may end up being a wash for them as well.
They come in and we subsidize their
Yeah, yeah,
somewhat as well, so I'm trying to get a balance here of.
Yeah, it may be a wash back for
additional
them.
work has gone their way.
Yeah. Yeah, they picked up another route back. They gained our driver, but yeah, it's probably what they're gonna gain back if, with the money that we got the federal money. Now they're maintaining a vehicle out of that and paying drivers, so it may be about a wash for them as well. I'm not sure. They have a mechanic on staff, so he's able to do a lot more of that stuff than we were. We always had to take everything to Ruxers or drive it to Evansville to get the lift worked on, which is becoming almost a yearly
And the
thing.
services are just as available now through Ride Solutions as they were through.
Yeah, and that was, we took that to the city council as well. That they took that over and they weren't losing the service. That was a big question that the mayor wanted answered, was that they were gonna be able to maintain that service. And by taking Tanya, they basically did. They just had, she was driving from Otwell, so that also gave them a little bit more leniency with her, because we were city only. So now she can pick up from that way and bring into town and then go back, and then she does the route that she had in town, so they can utilize her a little bit more, plus her hours, she can be a little more, she can be used more, because we had to keep her at under 28 hours a week because she was part-time.
Yeah, just trying to.
Yeah, I know,
understand
that was the big argument with the
how that
mayor.
works, you know, because
Yeah, he didn't wanna lose that.
We subsidize them as well as you.
Oh, absolutely, and it's a needed service, it really is, but we're just not in the transportation business. And it's like, we were hoping that now that this had kind of run its life, we could focus back on the older American side of it and not have that as well, so.
I don't have anything further.
I don't have anything for tonight.
I have a question though. I had somebody from Ferdinand call and say, we give you guys funding. Why don't you fund the other Americans, the older retired seniors? So you guys don't give them any kind of money, do you?
Not Ferdinand, because they're an LLC.
Okay.
They have their own private older Americans. We used to, when they were running, basically it ended up being Generations that was running their senior center. We used to give them 2,000 of that out of that, and then we give Huntingburg 2,000. But now you've got this LLC asking us for the money, and it's like, you guys are a private, so no, we still give Huntingburg the money. And that's what we told her. I said, you guys can go ask. It's like, but
Well,
yeah,
I think
we're
that
not
answered
for-profit.
my question, because the gentleman that called me, he said, how come they don't give us money? And I'm like, I really don't know that answer.
Yeah.
He said, well, they used to.
Yeah, they
And
did.
who's getting that money now? And I'm like, I can't answer that.
Yeah, we did, because like I said, they were a non-for-profit as well, and they were using that to fund activities at the Ferdinand Center to bring people in for the meal program. So Robin Winkler used to do that, and then she left, and she had nobody to take over. And so then I've had rounds with, has it been recent that you've had that call?
It's been 2 or 3 months.
Okay, because the lady that was fighting me, she passed away, but they said, everybody told me that LLC, they had more money than they knew what to do with. And they were like, it's a private company, so we never, we
That
never
makes
questioned
sense.
that, yeah.
Do they provide services to the outside the community?
Ferdinand, I don't know, it's like I said, it's their own little LLC. They do trips and things like that, but I think you have to be a member, and they pay membership fees, and we don't, and Huntingburg doesn't either,
So that's how I rationalize contributing, because you're a city.
Yeah.
Organization, but you do provide services to county residents.
Absolutely, we do,
And that's where.
And
my thought
Huntingburg
is
does
that
as
we have
well.
a responsibility.
Yeah, Huntingburg does as well, but they're kind of their own little private entity, and that's why we never did. We did when it was the public, when it was the Ferdinand Senior Center with Robin and everything they did, and it was open to the public. But this is membership, is what I
But
understand.
you do provide some funding then to Huntingburg.
Oh, yeah, we give them 2,000 a year.
It just helps me from when
Yeah,
people
if
call
you
in.
would call, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Oh, okay, so Huntingburg,
Yeah, we
I
do.
understood Ferdinand and Heidelberg were in the same situation.
No, Huntingburg is city. Yeah, Huntingburg's to the city, and we have a lot that go over there and play in their cartoons. So yeah, we just get back and forth.
At least it makes sense now.
Yeah,
I
that's.
have an answer.
Yeah, they were a private organization when that, and they've always existed alongside the Ferdinand Senior Center. They've always been down there and never a part of, they used the building and that was it. It wasn't the public aspect. The group that we supported was the public aspect of it. And so then when she retired, yeah, that's where the funding stopped. And yeah, they fought long and hard. I mean, she called me all the time. I was like, you guys have your own membership. I go, we're like nonprofit, that kind of thing. So, yeah.
I'll move that we approve continuing the funding at the amount of $20,000 pending county council approval.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you guys very much.
Have a good day.
Good day.
Sorry? I have no idea. All right, next up, we have office hours for Mr. Gary Saab.
You guys are gonna get more of that.
It's finally not freezing.
Are you not freezing? I'm on.
I was gonna say, I'm on the cool end, if anything.
Right,
Okay.
Hi, Jack.
Mr. Saab, what's going on?
I'm just nominating somebody else.
Everything's good. Lately, I've been going through my records. When I started, I was asked to do 20 hours a week. In the past 4 years, it's creeped up to right about 23, 24 hours a week. I just want to know if you guys have a problem with it. If commissioners, I don't know what to do. I can't get them down. And I was asked, don't do 30 hours, which I'll never get caught. I'm not doing 30 hours. I'm not close to 30 hours. Right now, I'm averaging about 43 hours every 2 weeks.
And what is your budget cover?
No, it
Just
covers
covers
everything.
the 20?
It covers everything. There's no problem.
Okay.
But lately with the gas prices the way they are, and I'm getting, I don't know, 3-4 complaints a week where I have to go check the pumps. There's never anything wrong with them. But the state says you get a complaint, we want it checked within 48 hours.
Yeah.
That's taking time, and the hours are gonna be right at 24, 25 hours a week. And there's nothing I can do to get it down. We're getting all the new self-checkouts in grocery stores. It takes time, and there's nothing I can do.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with.
The budget money, I mean, the money's there, the budget's
You
there,
got it in your budget.
and it's not gonna, it will not hit 30 hours. I'm not going there. I don't wanna work that much.
Yeah, I mean, if my math is correct here, there's funding there for 23 and a half hours.
Yes. And come August and September, I'm gonna take a week off, so there's money there that won't even be drawn out. And
So you're just kind of doing the courtesy because you know that originally we said, let's, around 20 hours where we'd like you to be, so you're, as a
But
courtesy.
don't go over 30, and it's like, okay, now I'm coming up on 20, 25, and it's like, I just wanna let you know, if you don't want me doing that, I won't do it, it's okay. But the other stuff won't get done, and if it doesn't get done, it's not the end of the world, but the state wants it done, but you guys make the final decision.
I'd say if Mr. Saab's fine with working a couple extra hours a week when needed, I would be okay with that. Mr. Rostover?
Yep, I'm fine with that. It's all within budget. So
When you get a complaint and you go out, a gas pump, say, for example, and you go out and check that gas pump, do you then follow up with where the complaint came from?
Yes, they're,
You call them and say.
we don't take a complaint unless I get a name, a phone number, I go follow up and I report back to them. But right now, there's so many complaints coming in, the state doesn't even want the paperwork on it. Just go do it, notify us that you did it, it's done. There's never a problem with the pump. I mean, it's people calling saying, I can't believe that it cost me so much money, there's no way this pump is. I'm not gonna tell you names, I got a lady that calls me every month, she goes to the same pump, same station, every month. And she won't go to a different pump. And I have to go check that pump every time and call her, tell her it's correct. It's.
If I thought the pump was malfunctioning, I'd give up after once. Go to a different
You would
pump.
go to a different one and thought it was wrong. Yeah, she just,
But maybe she had a close affection of that pump for some reason.
it's her habit. She says, it's my habit to go there, and that's where I go. And I've talked to the people at the station. They say, oh, she comes here every month, and she comes in every month and complains. What do you
They're
do?
watching the dollars that are going in the tank instead of gallons.
Yeah. You
Is
know,
there anything you can do to make gas cheaper?
do I get asked that?
No, can you actually do that?
You just did.
If I could, I would, for
Yeah.
myself.
Okay.
Well, I get people that ask me all the time when I'm doing the station, you get to keep that gas.
Let me know.
That you're drawing out. I said, if I could keep the gas, I'd work for nothing. What do you do with it? Well, it is, it's, they don't know.
That's what you do with it.
Huh?
That's what does happen to it.
I dump it right back in the tanks. It all goes back in.
That's a good enough answer.
Gary, if you can make that gas cheaper, let me know what pump.
I can't.
What pump's that lady going to?
I can't tell you. It's just crazy. Miss people.
It's down in Kentucky, like that.
No, it's not. So anyway, that's what's going on. I mean, it's gonna be right at 24, 25 hours. And the budget money's there.
And in some weeks you'll have 0 hours if you're on vacation,
If I'm
so
on
it helps
You
make
know,
up
last,
the difference.
this week was lower because I took off last Tuesday. So,
Nope, well, I appreciate getting your reports. It's nice to know that what's being checked and I think we're in good hands. So you're fine to do that to stay under your budget amount?
all right.
Thanks,
So,
sir.
I want to know what's going on.
Thanks, Gary.
Okay, thanks.
Let's see if I can get through this.
She turned something already. She did, yeah. She turned in her budget request form.
Mr. Shane, I sent you an email.
Yes.
Did she,
It
are you looking?
Based on that price, I believe that it would be under that, so.
should be an issue, right?
Correct.
Oh, shoot.
And we have an existing agreement
Okay.
with the
But
I believe you're right.
You said tell me the time period. But that's different from this. Okay, that's what.
Send you on this one, it's Department 16. And it's the reserve account, $6,000, what's that? Do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
See what you're talking about.
Just didn't know what this one is.
Reserve accounts postage, we have to pay postage ahead.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's the post office, right? That's how you pay the postage.
What do we have back here? Nothing.
I think the owner forgot to sign that.
Okay, so that's fine now.
Yeah, but I did it this morning.
Okay, I'm gonna start by saying, let's get through this miscellaneous stuff. So we can get it out of the way. I'm gonna move that we, consider and then approve the, I guess we'll just, does anybody have any changes on the minutes from the last meeting, the June 6th meeting? I'll move that we approve regular meeting minutes for the June 6th, 2022 Commissioners meeting.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next up, we have payroll for the previous period. I'll move that we approve as presented.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye, motion carries. And finally, we have claims on the county and the voucher register. Any changes, questions there? I'll move that we approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Get rid of those miscellaneous items, and we can begin with the 4-H Council 2023 budget. Aye.
Good morning, how are you guys?
Good, thank you.
Good.
Good. So this is my first time doing this, so bear with me. So as you see on the first page here, we're still requesting the 125 as we have it in the past few years. I know that's a decrease from, I think it's been 5 years. So a few changes that we have noticed, especially with this year coming up with the fair. Our insurance has gone up $13,000, and a lot of this appropriation does help pay for insurance for the fair. So that's an increase we have seen. We are trying to see other insurance companies to try and get that number down. But as of right now, we have not seen a decrease on that. We are still working on the salary expense, so you will not see that on page 2 as of right now. And I'm sure you guys are aware that we are working on some improvements on our buildings at the fairgrounds, and have been doing some additions with the help of donations from contractors and labor from past 4-H members, leaders, and things like that. I did bring a member of our buildings and ground crew if you guys have any additional questions as far as how progress is going, or what we have been doing to improve that.
Hey, you showed up, you might as well tell us what you're up to. Right?
All right. So in the commercial building, I know you guys have a general idea what's going on. We did have Bob and then start on the post repairs in the commercial building stuff, but there's a lot of other, major things that need done as far as the buildings themselves and the safety for the public and everything else that's been going on, the insurance rates. We do have some things, some of the larger things that Bob and his full-time helper are not able to do. We have like wash and repaint the horse barn. There's some rust spots over there coming through. If it's not taken into consideration here soon, it's coming up with the roof eventually. And we got a couple bids on that, and average on that's about $21,000. And then you guys are well aware of the most of the building repairs, like the routing posts and most of the skirt boards are going to be replaced. We did get a couple bids on those. Did you have those in here?
I did not.
Okay. The couple of the quotes that we did, we had Blitz for most of the major buildings. They had a quote for us at $44,000, and we got one from Graver as well for $109,000. And we don't have all of the major details of the quotes. We can present those to you guys at a later date if you'd like. But they're still kind of trying to get an idea of what all needs to be done and what all we can do on ourselves to try and save a little of money.
What is that Graver quote? What does that cover?
That's for most of the posts in the building, and then the major skirt boards along the building. They give us $195 for a quote to retail. There's some gutters,
labor as well.
Yes. Some gutter downspouts and.
I mean, if you look on page 4, we already have a $21,000 budget for repairs and maintenance on the grounds facility, fuel supplies, etc. I know that Bob recently has been having issues with the tractor that he's been having to put more repairs into lately. And we did purchase a vehicle, so that one has been making us spend more money than we would like to. We And we've been trying to find other places in our budget where we haven't been using the full part of it to kind of put it towards the repairs and maintenance. There's just not a whole lot of wiggle room in a lot of the other budgets at this time. Do you guys have any questions for us as far as the fair in general, or?
The 125 was the same as last year,
Yes.
and going back beyond that, what was the history of it? Do you recall that?
I thought last year we cut it down.
The last year or the year before?
It was at 130 or 135.
It used to be 140.
Yes. And last year, I know we just received the check, a couple months ago, and it was 125. So that was the appropriation that we received last
We
year.
usually send it on April.
Okay.
I'm under income on the page 101, second page of this. Fair event income, there's no income.
Not yet. So
Because these are, well, it says previous fiscal year.
no, you are right.
So there wouldn't be anything this current year today.
No, you're right. So that is fiscal year to date. So April of this fiscal year would be under this and April of the previous. So it's not the total.
So for this year, on the last
So it would have
fiscal
been,
cycle,
yes,
it only would include January through April,
yes.
where you have no
Or
income.
October through April,
Same situation, right? No income
correct,
would come in.
correct at this time.
So they just said previous year to date, or previous, it wouldn't say
Yes.
year to date, it would say previous
Yes.
year.
Is that something that you would like me to get numbers for you and
No,
update that? Okay.
Not for my sake. I was just curious why it wasn't on there, but that makes sense.
And if there's something that you guys have had in the past that you would like me to get you something or update it, I'm still trying to learn what you guys need and compared to what Jake has done for you guys in the past. I'd be happy to get you any additional information.
I don't think I have any other questions.
I don't either. I'm good with the
Continuing the appropriation.
continuing the appropriation as we did last year.
Has there been, I'm not keeping up, has there been concerts there in the last year? Has there been a concert or any kind of events other than during just Fair Week for that related?
So this year there was a rodeo, and
Was that successful financially or not?
we only profit off of renting the grounds and we get a percentage of parking. We do not take a percentage of what they use for admission. I'm not sure if you've heard of their what they do, but they're a nonprofit that gives back to veterans is who puts it on. I have heard from them that this year was not as successful because they had the PBR in Evansville. They put that on too. And a lot of people from around here went to that. But they've been doing it for 2 years. And from my understanding, I think things are well. But as far as us profiting off of it, it's not very much. And we are trying to look at other avenues to see increasing rent, just because everything is increasing and labor's increasing, and that's something that we have to consider when doing that. But I mean, other than that, we don't have a whole lot of events.
And for parking, you just have your own volunteers, guide people, and you collect.
Pretty much, or if they bring people in, we take a profit of their parking. So, and sometimes we cannot find people to do parking. So it's free parking and, but we, as you know, during the fair, we don't charge parking. That's an event based outside of the fair that they chose to do. So we don't have that during the fair.
Okay. I'm good. I'll move that we approve, putting this request through to the county council as is.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I do want to get in the minutes, we did, they purchased the vehicle from
Yes.
Bob, and we're gonna be titling it to the DuBois County Board of Commissioners, and we're gonna be paying half back to them, so I kinda wanna make sure you guys are aware of that.
From where?
It came from.
Yours.
No, I mean like from our capital.
Where's the budget?
Was that the used one she found?
It was, I think, total of 15.
I think so, and then we traded the
old one.
vehicle off, and I think it's 14, I think they gave it that.
Okay, 1,000, okay, I wasn't sure of the final numbers.
15 was the
Was-
purchase price.
Purchase price, yes.
So is that the parks vehicle or is it the 4-H vehicle?
It is DuBois County's, it's titled and plated and related to DuBois County. But they, and we
The
looked in the,
primary driver is
Bob.
Bob.
I looked in the previous minutes back when they bought the previous one in 2003, and that's, was the same deal, they shared the expense half and half.
So you managed to keep this truck almost 20 years?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That
Yeah. This one had pretty low miles on it, so
This new one looks nice.
it is. So we're hopeful that it'll
I would
stay
have
for a while.
really good, so.
All right.
I think we're in good shape, thank you.
All right, thank you
All right,
guys.
thank you.
Have a great day.
Let me use the restroom again.
Yeah, let's see, before Martin start, I will anyway.
No, I wanted to grab my phone and had a text message.
Brad, we'll squeeze you in.
It's all right.
Oh, should have brought mine.
Well, yeah, it's one of the reasons.
They said, well, this is so much country, someone see what she says. Or Tim says.
He's trying to see if
I don't see that, I mean.
it's a crack windshield. I keep it on my. The city doctor. If there's a dent, they'll replace it for free. It's just a little mobile. They'll replace it for free.
I don't know what her insurance is.
Or,
And her vehicle's out for hire.
That is mine, right?
Yes. I mean, we're just reversing.
correct. So which that works.
Don't call me if you break down. That's Steve, on your report, is the patching just for information only? Nothing's changed from last time?
We just.
see. Discounts will increase considerably. Yeah. So. Doesn't make a place like anybody else, opportunities getting, so I fully expect that there'll be a last drop. And I can only hope
Yeah. Sandy, did you already give us the, did we already approve your days off?
You did that already last year, I mean, in March.
That's what I
Or
thought.
23.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We were talking about it. I'm pretty sure we already did that somewhere.
That came in.
Yes.
It's hanging in the office, we do that beginning of the year.
Who was with Maddie?
You guys know.
Oh,
I recognize it.
no, I didn't catch the name.
Is that on the boat?
Oh, okay.
I was trying to catch Greg before he sat in.
I'll get it.
Blake and, Clay.
Is he with the council?
Yes.
So one quick thing, I asked Marky last week about the community coordinator, he said, I guess you're still taking applications until tomorrow. So,
Have you had a pretty good?
Yeah, there's been a good turnout. We've got several in there. I don't know the number on top of my head, but I would say 15, 20.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
and for other jobs that are
That's
similar,
better
the
than
odd
expected.
thing is, other jobs that are similar for other parts of the county we're getting too.
yeah.
So I don't understand what's going on with this.
I've been out recruiting.
Well, maybe you should put the ads together for everyone.
But Marky and I will.
Right.
No, not guaranteed to be permanent
Right.
anyway.
Yes, yeah.
You think this would be the one they'd be like, yeah?
I mean, the other ones are similar though, they're grant positions that are hiring for.
But Marky and I will go through the applications to try to get down to the interview quality, but we appreciate any, if you have a chance to take a look at them and give some input.
And I don't recall from several meetings ago, was it a $40,000 yearly wage? Is that what we went with, the bottom amount? I think it
Yes,
was.
Yes, rounded to a good number, that Sandy was.
That made sense to divide by 26 or.
Yeah.
It's $40 or something.
So, and the other thing, the other positions we're hiring for are at that wage range or higher for similar hours and similar, maybe it's just how they're written. Marky and I have talked about that a little bit, that sometimes a position, if you use certain language, it may be intimidating for people that, when really any smart, organized self-starter could do the work, the way we have it written, sometimes you might be like, oh, I don't know if I'm really qualified for that. So it's something we're always, I think, working to improve. Okay, I just wanted to mention that was coming up again, and on that same vein, the June 23rd, so a couple days from now, later this week, some local people will be traveling to Indianapolis for the celebration and kickoff of the Hoosiers Enduring Legacy Program kickoff in Indianapolis. We got that coming up. All right, next up, we're gonna have a discussion on health insurance. That's always an exciting topic we look forward to hearing about. And it's so inexpensive, we feel great about it. But no, with some costs going up and we just want to look into it, be forward looking and get a report.
All right, well, good morning, everybody. I've got a few things to talk about. First of all, obviously, everybody knows there's some stuff going on with Patoka Valley. Just wanted to see if there's questions that you all have, maybe I can help with, or I know Marky's been kind of keeping you up to date as well with that, but obviously we're gonna be, within the next week or so, we'll hear ultimately who's selected there to be the RAP network, so could have a fairly major impact depending on which way the cooperative decides to go. So wanted to address that to see if there's any questions you guys have.
So the RAP that we have currently, if our primary vendor doesn't accept that, then are we locked in with our
No.
we have currently, or we switch possibly, or we look at where we're at?
Yeah, so currently the RAP network for Patoka Valley is Encore, and Unified does administer the Encore RAP network. We've pretty much been told by Patoka Valley that Encore is not in the running for consideration after this new contract. So that one will change. As of last conversation that I've had with Patoka Valley, it's down between having Anthem as a RAP network and having United as a RAP network, both of which would be an improvement, quite frankly, over the Encore network that's in place today, specifically because it would pull in the discounts from the Louisville and Kentucky markets that we don't have through Encore. So it is going to be helpful for you. Now, that said, Encore or United has indicated to Patoka Valley that if they're selected, they will continue to allow Unified to process claims on their behalf. So that would, for the county, be a win because we wouldn't have to change any TPAs or any kind of administrators. Anthem, as of today, is saying that if they're selected, they will not allow Unified to pay claims. So we have gone back to Patoka Valley and said, and I say we, this would be our clients in the area. We've reached out to all the different board members of the cooperative. Marky, I gave him a list of them as well. And we've pretty much said, if you want to go to Anthem, we will probably look at withdrawing from the cooperative and doing a direct contract with the hospital. The other thing that's happened is Anthem did not just exclude Unified, they also excluded SciHo. SciHo happens to be the administrator for the hospital. So I'm guessing the provider is going to be a little bit ticked off. Patoka Valley Cooperative is dependent upon the hospital giving those discounts, right? So Anthem's willing to take on the hospital and say, we're going to make you change your provider if you select us. So I think it would be a fairly easy conversation to go to Memorial and say, we'd like to replicate on a direct contract basis the Patoka Valley contract that exists today. I think they would probably entertain that. They wouldn't be giving up anything at all by doing so. That said, the last conversation that we have had both with Patoka Valley and with United is that as of today, they're leaning more towards United than they are towards Anthem. I just told Marky, it's been my experience with Anthem, however, that their last play, they always make a play in the 11th hour, whether that's, a contract dispute with a provider or whatever the case might be, they always wait till the very last minute to make their final play. So I will expect that they'll probably be in this week or next. Well, this week is the end of, no, next week, we've got one more week. So to make a final play, that may be that they'll say, we're going to cave on letting Unified pay claims. Don't know, but they know that United has indicated that they would allow it. So I'm guessing they really want this RAP network. They're probably going to have to make some concessions towards that. So that's all we know today, other than, we are going to have to change. We just don't know what it's going to be yet.
You said Encore. What about Cigna? Where's that?
Not even in play.
I thought Cigna was our RAP.
Cigna was your wrap outside of Indiana. So the way that it works now is Encore wraps anybody that's inside Indiana, and then if it's outside of state lines, it is a Cigna wrap. But when Patoka Valley went to Cigna to bid on this wrap thing, they gave Cigna 48 hours to reply, and Cigna declined. So that's, Cigna and Aetna both have declined to for consideration. So it's down really to United and Anthem.
So United would be the wrap, not only in Indiana, but outside as well.
Correct.
And Anthem the same way if they choose to go with Anthem.
Yeah.
Is there an advantage, other than the fact that Anthem presently is not, doesn't want to recognize Unified and SciHope, if they cave on that and do that, would they, what would be your opinion of their network? Or their
versus United?
Versus United.
Discount wise, 6 one, half dozen another. They're neck and neck all over the country. I mean, some pockets Anthem is got an advantage, some pockets United has an advantage. In the Kentucky market, where most of our leakage would go to, they would be one and the same almost. Our leakage really just goes to the Louisville market from here. So that's, I don't think a big deal. I would say that United is more transparent in their dealings than Anthem, as far as the reporting, how they provide reporting and what kind of reporting that they do. United's going to give you a little better insight into your population and your claims than what Anthem would do. That said, we've been assured by Patoka Valley in my conversations with Alyssa that Anthem has agreed to provide whatever reporting the cooperative asked for. So, that's on this side of the contract, right? So
that issue of whether or not they allow Unified and
that's really the stickler.
That's the only issue that.
Yeah, I did go back originally when they first said this. I said, look, we're not, because Anthem, my fear with Anthem was they were going to make us use their PBM or their pharmacy benefit manager. And I said, absolutely, we will not do that. I mean, we'll leave regardless of who you go to if we can't carve out pharmacy. Because in the rest of the world, Anthem has a 500 life limit to say you have to be bigger than that before they'll let you carve out pharmacy. And I didn't want to move from TrueScripts to IngenioRx, which is Anthem's PBM. But I was assured that that part was early discussion, and Anthem had already said, we'll let you keep whatever PBMs are in place. So, I think frankly, it's kind of 6 one, half dozen another if Anthem caves on the SciHope Unified front. We were promised a decision by June the 30th. Whether or not we'll get that or not, I don't know, but Alyssa knows we have our 11-1 renewal, so we've got to know, your stuff is ready to go to market right now, so we're just holding on that, and then we'll have to do a claims reprice, and then we'll have to send it to market for stop loss. So we're kind of up against it a little bit.
So any of this does it change any of that on our stop loss? Or?
It could help you a little bit. I mean, you haven't had a lot of leakage to Louisville this year, but last year you certainly did. You had some big claims that went down there. So, I mean, theoretically, this could help your pricing. Again, 60% of your reinsurance numbers are going to be based on the current plan year, and we haven't had a lot of leakage, but 40% of it will be based on last year's performance. So that was a big number down there. Okay, the other thing that I wanted to talk about, we don't have to make decisions on this today, but I at least wanted you guys to be aware of. There are some new regs that we are required to implement. This is not something that is required, but it's something you're probably going to want to address, and that is gene therapy. So basically, gene therapy is a relatively new treatment. It is mostly for cancer, although there are some musculoskeletal and some retinal therapy that's now approved through what we call CAR T cell therapy. These are expensive treatments. All of the treatments that are listed on this page are in excess of $1 million a pop. So Unified is asking what direction you want to give. Today, there's over 100 clinical trials for CAR T-cell therapy in different, for different illnesses. So this is going to become a bigger and bigger part and cost factor. Right now, your plan document is silent on whether or not you're covering CAR T-cell therapy. And so you're going to need to make a decision as to whether or not you want to cover this or whether or not you want to exclude this from coverage. Again, all I can tell you is the 8 treatments that are approved today, all are in excess of $1 million a pop. So that's, doesn't take too many of those to turn a plan upside down. My suggestion was to Marky that we probably make this change during the 11/1 renewal, and we just include it in the SPD at the renewal time. I wanted to get it in front of you. You guys can think about it. If you want some articles or any kind of information, I'm happy to send those along. But I'm giving you the 10,000-foot view of what it is. Questions?
So our silence on the issue currently means it's not covered, and this will just clarify it explicitly.
No, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not covered. We would probably come to you on an exception basis if we got a claim and asked you whether you wanted to cover it or not. I can tell you right now that you don't have anyone in case management that would lend themselves towards gene therapy prior to your 11/1 renewal. If that makes sense.
Where do you see other
Everyone
organizations, other organizations like us going?
They're excluding it.
They're excluding.
I mean, yeah, just because, I mean, if you cover it now, there's only 8 treatments, but 3 years from now, there could be 50 different things that are gene therapy related treatments. And I mean, you all have seen what's happened to specialty drug pricing, right? So this is really just the next phase of that, where we're getting into gene therapy treatments, and they come at a cost. And so this market is just going to expand. It's where all the money is going from the drug companies into development. So it's tough. This one's, I've had more conversation with clients than anything I've ever had, and that is because the cost of healthcare is going up at such a rapid pace, all of a sudden now we're being forced to make these kinds of decisions that are we're making decisions based on finance, right? And how the plans are working financially, but we're really kind of legislating who gets care and who doesn't get care, right? If I had retinal issues, I would want that, but can an employer, do this time after time after time for everybody that needs a gene therapy? That's really kind of the decision that you have to make. I'm here to protect your plan financially, so you guys will have to make those moral judgment calls on whether you want to cover them or not. I will tell you that most of our clients are not covering them for obvious reasons.
So a plan that's an issue, we leave this in here. What is the maximum that the county is before the reinsurance?
So your spec level is $80,000, but keep in mind that just because it's only going to cost you $80,000, the rest of that is going against your experience for next year's renewal. So in essence, you will pay for it one way or another.
We don't take the huge hit. We don't take the huge hit immediately in the plan year. We take it a year later.
Correct.
And I think the big thing here too is this one here's on the table to say, hey, we want to do this or no, we don't want to do it. But overall, our plan, we've got several things that we've excluded out of our plan that, if we really wanted to look at other items, we would have to look at all of them.
Mr. Rhodes, what do you think?
I would vote no against it.
To exclude?
I would exclude it.
and at any time in the future, I suppose we can change the things that we cover and the things we don't, right, on a plan year basis. So I suppose as today, would be fine with excluding the gene therapy at this time. So Robert, begin my thoughts on
Yeah,
that.
that's, based primarily on the recommendations of our HR and also our broker. I would agree, that we exclude it at this point.
Yeah, I was leaning that way as well, and also based on the recommendation, I think that right now it's the right thing to do.
Okay, so that's our consensus, so do we need to take any action on that today?
If you want to go ahead and just, I'll let you do paperwork if you want. And we'll just make it effective, we'll make the amendment effective. You can make it effective now, or you can make it effective at renewal, that's your call.
I wrote on mine, so. I'll need to-
Oh, I've got one.
Here.
So, if we want to.
Advice.
So I guess under more customer confirmation, she said Du Bois County Employee Benefit Plan.
What's this?
That's the next piece.
The next piece.
We're not done
You
yet.
can make a motion on that then.
So I'll make a motion that we exclude gene therapy from our, starting immediately.
Okay.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
So then we have to do an amendment to our plan and send it out to the people.
We're doing an amendment anyway for the, yeah, we've got one in the works, yeah, sorry.
That's good enough.
Sandy, do you need the copy of this first?
Okay, the next one is a couple more legislative pieces. This is all due to the regulations that are coming in. By the way, you all know that as of July 1st, you have to have machine readable files, just to let you know that's all in place. It'll be up and running on your public website by July 1st, so we've got that taken care of. This is still part of that law. There's two pieces we'll talk about today. One is just to let you know there's nothing you need to do. But under this, the new surprise billing reg, we have to treat any emergent care as in-network. That is, today, that is how your plan is written for hospital emergency rooms. The new regs will require that urgent care also be considered that. So we'll be amending your plan document to include urgent care, emergent facilities. They will be treated as in-network, whether they're in-network or out-of-network. So nothing you need to do on that piece of it. The second piece of it is intermediate facilities. If you'll remember, your plan document today says that if somebody needs, for example, residential treatment facility for maybe mental or nervous or alcohol or drug abuse or something like that, we have a 200-mile radius. And our plan document says that that treatment must be delivered within 200 miles of where that person lives. The new regs kind of outlaw that, and it says that if you have that mileage limitation in your plan document and a disproportionate number of mental and nervous claims are denied as a result of that, your plan can be deemed to be against federal law if you're audited. So what we'll have to do is we'll need to remove the 200-mile radius language that's in your plan document today. My suggestion is we don't want people going to the concierge non-residential treatment facilities. That's why we put that language in there to begin with. So Marky and I have kind of talked about what we could do is at renewal, we can remove the out-of-pocket maximum on your out-of-network claim. So today you have a maximum out-of-pocket for in-network and you have a maximum out-of-pocket for out-of-network. We could remove that, and that would encourage folks not to go to the concierge treatment facilities because they would always be paying a part of those costs.
What's the difference, price-wise, or that it would cost a person?
Well, they wouldn't have, today, if your out-of-pocket maximum for out-of-network is maybe say it's 15,000, I don't know exactly. So the most they would pay for that treatment would be 15,000. If we remove that out of network maximum or increase it, if we remove it, they'll pay 40% of all bill charges going forward.
So if the $100,000 treatment, they'd be paying 15 today, they could pay up to 40 at.
Correct. But a concierge residential treatment facility is gonna cost you an average of about $50,000 to $60,000 a month with no discounts. So, we don't really want that, but we have to remove the mileage language from your plan document. Again, this is something that we'll probably do at, renewal, unless you guys feel strongly about doing it today.
You're talking about the urgent care? I'm kind of lost here.
We're in the middle of the
You're
intermediate
in the middle,
facilities.
okay.
Yeah, there's 3 different things on this. The first one is the urgent care, and we're gonna go ahead and automatically have to update your plan for that.
Okay.
The second one is removing the mileage limitations on your.
And that's what we just added a few years ago.
We did, yeah. And then the third thing on this page.
Well, let's go with that one first,
Okay.
so we can make a determination. Are we okay with the suggested plan?
With the removing the.
Do you want to completely remove the out-of-pocket maximum, or you want to double the out-of-pocket maximum? I think either would have the desired effect, and that is we want to make sure that people are getting treatment in in-network facilities.
I would remove it.
I think I would too.
Given also the fact that you're going to be wrapping with Anthem or United at renewal, it'd be really hard to go out of network unless you try to do something like this.
Okay.
So I could support removing that.
So do we, I guess that's our consensus then. So remove it. Remove that out-of-pocket maximum altogether.
So what you'll do on that second page is you'll remove this provision.
We'll do that in the fall, or
In the summer plan description.
in the plan description, coming plan description.
So we would select remove this provision.
Yes, and then subsequent to that, given your direction today, I will amend the plan document so that it also removes the out-of-pocket maximum for out-of-network claims.
Okay.
Okay, third one. I didn't make these, I'm just the messenger. Is the gender dysphoria issue that we have to address. So, under the new regs, Mike Patton, who is our ERISA attorney at Barnes and Thornburg, and the way the regs read state that we have to cover certain things due to gender dysphoria. So this is a question as to how much you want to cover, not if you have to cover it. So today you're going to need to cover mental health counseling due to gender identity issues. And you are also going to be required to cover gender reassignment surgeries with the new regs. Today you don't cover those either. So we will have to amend your plan to do that. The real question that we're posing to you today is, those are the 2 things that our attorneys are saying you have to cover. Some employers are also choosing to cover cosmetic surgery relating to gender reassignment surgeries. Those things including, for example, like breast augmentation, hormonal, well, you have to cover hormonal therapy, but voice modification, trimming of voice boxes and those sorts of things. Anything to do cosmetic with the gender reassignment surgery, you are not required to cover those. You have to cover the gender reassignment surgery, but you don't have to cover cosmetic surgery as a result of the gender reassignment surgery. Does that make sense? So the question is, do you want to, since you are covering the gender reassignment surgery, do you also want to cover the cosmetic surgery, or do you not want to cover that? You're not required to. And we'll need to know what you want to do as a plan for that.
And for any of these same reasons, if it's not for treatment of gender dysphoria, if it's a treatment for, or not a treatment, if it's a desire of a plan user, none of this is allowable.
No, we do not cover cosmetic surgery in any form in your plan today.
Nothing optional.
So, that's correct.
So according to this, it says what these things would be covered when medically necessary and prescribed. And I'm
Yes.
sure a person, defined by the physician, prescribed about anything, she looked hard enough.
Yes.
But if this is what we need to cover, then I suppose that's what we need to cover. I would say that, I would.
Just to clarify, you're saying that if we were to choose to cover the cosmetic procedures for the gender dysphoria, that would be almost, I don't want to say, we don't cover cosmetic treatment for anything else.
No.
So that would be
new for you.
new for us.
Mhm. So your plan, to be consistent with the way your plan doc reads right now, you would not cover cosmetic surgery for gender reassignment surgery. But again, these are different times, so people are doing different things. That's your call. I will tell you that I've seen on the plans that I have that do cover cosmetic surgery, they're not cheap. They're about 60 to 80 grand a pop, and that's after discounts. So,
And this says may need to cover counseling, gender reassignment surgery.
you have to cover it.
We have to. When medically necessary. I'm trying to think of when that would be medically necessary.
Any doctor, any doctor is going to say this is medically necessary if they have a patient that is requesting it.
So our options are, we go against ERISA attorney advice and say we're not covering it.
Right.
Or
I have
we
one
say-
client doing that.
Or we say that we are going to implement the language where we have the dysphoria treatment covered and the other things excluded, or we include all.
Correct. Those are your three options.
And you said you have a client that's saying we're not covering it.
I do.
So it would, I guess there's nothing illegal about having a plan that doesn't cover things, but it should, but it can be challenged.
It could be challenged. And if it, I mean, this is not a local client, this is South Dakota, so, chances are, you know, they're just gonna take their chances and say, we're not covering it and see if they get somebody to challenge them.
And I don't have a problem covering the counseling. It's the reassignment surgery and hormone therapy that I have an issue with. That may have other long-term effects that end up also being claims on our plan.
I'm going to say that, my opinion on it would be the ERISA attorney has given us a recommendation of, including medically necessary therapy, prescription drugs, and non-cosmetic surgery for the treatment of gender dysphoria. I would go with that I would propose we follow that advice and exclude the cosmetic surgery. So, section.
I don't know, I wouldn't cover any of it. That's my opinion. I would go against the attorney.
Okay. So we have to make a decision. I guess we'll just do it formally. Any other one want to make a motion?
Just for clarity, I don't know that did you make a motion on the intermediate facilities portion? You talked about it.
Well, we had consensus on that one, I thought, so we
So
did.
I'd split them out here then, probably make a motion on each of those, based on what I'm hearing.
So let's do this one first while we're talking about it. I'll make a motion that we select the section that says, our benefit plan will implement the above stated gender dysphoria plan language. That being, we would cover the gender dysphoria treatment, prescription drugs, and medically necessary therapy, and non-cosmetic surgery. And we would exclude cosmetic procedures for the treatment of gender dysphoria. That's my motion, that we would select the second of the three.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a first and a second. Is there any other discussion on the issue? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries 2-1. Would you mind marking that out? the executed copy. And so then, Mr. Schneider, I think suggest that we formally do the intermediate facilities correctly. Is that correct?
Yes, you voted on one, I'd say you voted on the other one as well.
And the language for that one states our benefit plan, no, that's the gene therapy. So we have a document for gene therapy, and we have then,
It was on the same form.
Same page as resolution.
It's intermediate.
It's just asking if you want to remove the mileage provision for.
It's this.
I'll move that we remove the mileage provision for intermediate facility.
Yes, and what about the,
So that's separate from this, but I will take note and we will.
okay. So today we're just removing the mileage.
Correct.
Okay, so I make that motion.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Great.
Out of respect for time, I'm 5 minutes behind. Marky, you still need to discuss your.
Mine's gonna take like 2 minutes.
So I am maybe halfway done to go through, if you want to go through financials or budgeting. I can come back in mid-July if you want to do that. I'm out the next commissioners meeting, but I could make the one after the next one with budgets. That's your call.
Is it going to be in the county's benefit to take care of it today?
We're early enough in the process that it won't hurt to wait till July.
The
We-
only
we
exception
probably
I'm
actually-
gonna make is when you guys prepare your budget, are you gonna do it at the next meeting or are you gonna need his information?
Which Marky does have.
Yeah, which we've already shared that, so actually, if we waited till July, we would actually have a more consensus about what's gonna play out there, because if things play out in a different way, we might have to take other major decisions to make, so.
So I would guess that the financials, if we can hold off, that's fine. I'm certain that the projections will be that our insurance is going to cost more in the next plan year than it does this year. If you have any suggestions for, or just give us our options, I guess, at that time of what we could do with our plan, if we choose to modify our plan, how that would look, what that would do for us. Other than that, we'll have Marky, if you wanna, you said there's something.
Yeah.
Was there anything else from you, Mark?
No, I've got, so just on mine, I've got mental health, that we had mentioned you wanted some mental health review. I've got your 4-year averages and cost increases over the past 4 years.
For what we're doing with Life Springs, with the.
Right, and then contract, I got our contract, but those can all wait till the next one.
Does that have to do too with a person's treatment no longer being changed every year? Is a plan? Is that one of the things you'll talk about?
Yeah.
Because that's something I'm interested in hearing about. So just for the board's knowledge, it used to be our agreement with Life Springs would be you got so many treatment sessions per year, per year plan, per covered employee. Now they've said, well, you only get a certain amount, and it doesn't matter if it goes over to a new year, you don't get more paid covered sessions. You have to end your treatment plan, take off a certain amount of time, get reassessed, and then continue on your treatment if you want more covered session. So it's
not a true 6 sessions a year, basically.
It's not as, yeah, you can take your sessions, your treatment isn't done, then they're gonna start saying, well, now it's gonna be so much per session. Full pay out of pocket. So I'm fine if you're confident we can wait another couple meetings to do that, I'm fine with that. How about the rest of the board?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
Appreciate the
Sorry to wait
information.
so long.
That's fine. Marky, do you wanna do yours?
Yeah, guys, like I said, mine will take a second. So, Stuart is out today, and so he wanted me to propose a new hire for the 911 dispatch center. So, we're proposing Stephanie Sargent start Tuesday, July 5th as a dispatcher at 911. So, she was interviewed previously. She has county dispatch experience at another county that surrounds us, so, good interview, good hire, so.
The advisory board was in favor. I'll move that we approve, this employee for hire.
Stephanie
pending-
Stockton.
Pending the administrative processes that we do.
I'll second.
And just to clarify, it's not a new position, it's the new hire. for
Correct.
the existing
Replacement.
position.
Replacement.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you.
Okay. If Mr. Hostetter comes back, we will discuss a copy machine.
Hopefully that'll be a quick one too.
Hope so.
I know, right? Yeah. It's working right now, so keeps working. I can't actually pass these out. They only gave me one formal copy of a quote.
I don't know if they saw your email this morning. We were in
I
session.
printed, I
I
figured probably not.
This morning, but I saw one
There's
the
the
other
formal
day.
one, but if I could have that back. And then I sent an email this morning.
Yeah, I started looking at it, and I'll give my comments whenever Mr. Hostetter comes back.
All right, I was out Thursday and Friday, so did a great job.
So is this similar to what you scanned?
Yes, it has the two actual quotes on it, and that book has a little bit more in it, like it talks about some other things, the machine actually itself, and then I think when our old one was purchased, that's on the second quote.
It's a vacant dispatch position. Sorry, I'm always behind.
No, what was your question?
Vacant dispatch position?
Yes. It was approved to, replace someone that employee we lost. This is the formal proposal. Okay, you can please begin.
All right, so good afternoon. Hopefully mine's a lot easier than the insurance guy. Hopefully our copy machine, we've been having a lot of issues with lately. And so Scott took a look at it from Who's Your Business, and he said we're over 500,000 plus copies on our machine. And that's why things are continuing to break on it. Sometimes it's the drum, sometimes it's the roller, sometimes it's the paper trays, and we're down while we're waiting for it to be fixed. So I asked him to give us a couple quotes to purchase a new one. Our last one was bought September 19th of 2014. And as he started looking at it, he said most of the people, at least 90% of their people, are going with the color copy machine. And as I talked with my staff, color would be wonderful for us to have for our mug shots, for when we print information with tattoos so that we can see the colors in there. We transfer in and out from state to counties. So it'd be a benefit for us to have that, as well as when we give certificates, incentives, those type of things. He said most of the offices in the courthouse have already switched to the color machine. I do want to clarify, I put on here when I sent an email this morning that he said black and white machines are becoming obsolete and the parts are and will continue to be difficult to get for them. I talked to him a little while ago and I wanted to clarify that. He said, no, they're still going to make the black and white machines. Our machine is the one that it's becoming difficult to get parts for. So I wanted to clarify that part because that's a little misnomer there, I feel like. But I am requesting that we get the color copy machine for $7,415 versus the black and white due to the extra needs that we have in our department for the machine. Our machine is working right now. We just have to be real careful how we put the drawer in, and we can only put paper in the one part right now. But it's working at least today for what that's worth.
Can you tell me where it says inclusive maintenance for this? It says all-inclusive maintenance agreement, 7 cents per color copy print and 0.007 for black and white. What is this? What is this all about?
So the county has an agreement, and Sandy may have to help me with this because I don't understand all of it. He told me they just signed it a couple of weeks ago again with the county where they provide maintenance for the machines. And so I guess my understanding is that, I'm sorry?
Who signed it?
Oh, I don't know. I assumed you, the auditor's office. I don't have the answer to that question then.
Because I've never seen it put this way. I know that they used to say they would send us a maintenance agreement per year, and it would be so much money. I've never seen it where it's per copy, and for them to charge 7 cents each time you do a color copy as maintenance, I don't know, that language seems odd. You agree? I mean, usually they would say, hey, it's $400 a year for maintenance on here, and this will cover this, this, and this, and usually if you just replace one part, the drum or the whatever, it covers most of what it would cost if you would just do a call. But,
I have no idea, I don't know that answer, he did say we could call him.
I thought it was included, I thought, like, in our office, I thought it was included in the price of what we ever paid.
It includes developer and toner, is that also what you do?
Now, I know in our office, if ours runs low, they bring it up and we don't even have to call them.
And
So
that's
I
how
thought it
ours
was
works right
included in the
now.
price.
He just talked about the contract with the county, so, and I'm not.
As a developer and toner, that changes it a little bit. But I know how much that stuff costs.
Yeah.
That was gonna be one of my questions about what is going to be your cost for operating the color printer versus the black and white one. Obviously, there's gonna be more toner, more cost. So I see it now in the maintenance agreement.
I'm not sure, like, I've got a color, not a copier, but a printer that works on toner. It's a laser printer, and I think I pay $100 per color drum. So to fill it up, it costs $400 just to put all the toner in it.
Sandy, you guys have a color one, do you know how yours works? Like, is it, but it's included, you're saying?
As far as I know, but I don't always see all the bills. The girls do, I mean, but I thought it was included in the price.
Our intent as far as the color, so I asked him about that, and the default setting will be black and white. We will use black and white for our pre-sentence investigation reports, when we make copies of probation orders, everything that we can,
In
and
our
we
office,
reserve the color.
they have it set up like 2 printers. One is the default black and white. And then if you need color, you can go to that printer and then it print in color.
where does this money come from? Will she have to go to the council if we agree to it, and the council will say, we'll make an additional for this? Can we try to call Scott and see if he's available? Just to see what this thing
I don't know that I have his number, it's back.
There's one on here.
Do you have it? Oh, yeah, it's on his.
212-482-3736. And I'd like to know what we're getting into.
Yeah, I didn't even look at that because I just assumed the county had a contract and that he referenced.
We generally do have contracts per office.
What is the typical copy count on the printer? Like, do you even have any idea how many copies you run?
Well, if we're over 500,000 in what, 8 or 9 years?
No,
That's
that's right, thank you.
That gives us an idea.
He's out of the office right now, I can't reach him.
I have a cell phone number for him in my office. Let me look at my phone and see if I put it in there.
So I looked up, I don't know if this is the question you're asking, but I looked at how long was the printer supposed to last, and it says 1.5 million copies, so what? So we're a third of that, but it also says 3 to 5 years. So it's kind of like a vehicle, even if you don't have the miles on it, the age, I guess, plays a factor as well, so. I don't know how reliable that information is, but I wouldn't be, the 500,000 copies that it's made doesn't scare me, but I guess the age of it, it's probably getting towards that time.
I don't have his number, but I can call Jamie to get it off of my desk. It's written on a little sticky on my desk.
Do you think anybody else does?
I mean, honestly, by my calculations, it doesn't sound like the 7 cents a copy is a bad deal, if it includes the toner. I mean, don't get me wrong, it would be cheaper to probably buy your own toner, but then you don't have the maintenance part of it.
We don't pay for ours right now. I do know that.
You don't pay for toner?
No, it just, I mean, they
It's
bring
part of the
it up, they
maintenance
know that
agreement.
it needs it, and they bring it to us.
Well, I know, like,
And I think it's in this
I tried one
price.
of those, off-brand toners one time,
Well, we tried that with Dell, it did not work.
no,
We had more issues than it was worth, it wasn't, we got rid of that several years ago.
so
I tried an off-brand toner. I'm on my 6th try with it, so maybe the next one will work.
I had some success back in the day when you would refill your cartridges with the
Bottle.
Well, the toner's different.
The toner's different.
Yeah, I put it in and asked you to authenticate, and if it's not the right one, it's like, well, hell, then I'm not gonna do the printing anymore. So,
I wonder who signs that maintenance agreement then?
Every office kind of does their own, and I have no idea.
And is it part of their budget, right, that they take out of office? Why?
I don't see it like me, I'm sorry, but no.
Yeah. You know, unless the court system did,
But I know when they come up, every office has their own.
like maintenance agreement. And he's not answering yet, but hopefully it won't take her long.
As, let's just say that maintenance part wasn't a part of this, how does the board feel about paying for this piece of equipment or approving this piece of equipment?
An extra $1,000 for color, is that what you're asking? Or are you talking about just in general?
Maybe either, any of it. Because we don't, it's easier to replace a broken piece. This one's not broken, it's still functioning, but I understand it's getting age on it.
I support her getting the copier in color. I don't think it's a bad idea to go ahead and get the color. Maintenance agreement's got me, kind of curious about that.
So you're somewhat, at least it,
But, I mean, if you're getting 1,000 copies per toner or more, I think this worked out at 1,400 if I did the math.
Yeah.
Right, I don't even have it pulled up anymore. Yeah, but toner's $100 and it costs you 7 cents each, you get 1,428, you be there, but your maintenance agreement's pretty, I just don't think it's a bad deal.
I have his phone number.
it's not included, but then they're giving you a price for it. So it's not included, you're paying for it.
It's 812-639-1302.
1302.
Mm-hmm. And he said he would be available if we have any questions.
Mr. Browns, what are your thoughts?
They need a copier that's dependable, and you know, it's 8 years old, is that what you said? It's 8 years old currently, and that is pretty old for a copy machine. I'm sitting here thinking a while ago, we've got one of these in every office in the courthouse, and
He's not answering.
should we have a copy room somewhere that everybody goes to, but that's, you know, the building's not set up very nicely for that. And I'm not sure that's the way to go anymore. Years ago, industry used to do that more, but anymore, I'm not sure that's the way to go, so.
Scott, this is Sandy Moore. We're in the commissioner
I-
meeting and we have some questions.
That's a long answer to say, I think I support it.
In
The general
Yeah.
concept of getting a new copy machine.
Thought he was calling me back.
Jenny, how often do you make how often do you need color copies?
We've never had that option, so I don't know, I can't really say. I can tell you I probably have about 33 out-of-state transfers right now.
33 what?
Out-of-state transfers, in or out, that would be beneficial to have it, and then.
Like, here's my point, I guess this might be
Do you
clear.
mind if I put you on speaker?
If the assessor has a color copy,
Okay,
we can have it set up where your machines can print down there when you need it.
Okay, I have Scott.
Is it gonna be something where if you needed to print color once every 3 weeks, you can print it down there and save us $1,100? If it's gonna be something where you need to do it more often, or, you know, daily, weekly.
Well, but then you have to have it set up and you have to make sure you're hitting the right printers because each office has their own, right?
And you're gonna find that you're gonna use color for a lot more things than you.
Ever thought you.
I think one of the big things, I think it will be more like weekly that we'll be utilizing it, but my staff, so when we get a certificate that they complete some type of programming, right now we buy colored paper to put the black and white ink on to make it look a little festive. Like if they complete a MRT group, like where they've done 12 weeks and they worked really hard, it used to be the incentive part is where my staff would like to see more. But I'm looking at the tattoos and the mugshots and the more like have-to type things versus that. But I'm not sure, since we haven't had the option, how often we will utilize it. I think it will be weekly though.
So Scott on the phone?
Scott's on there, ready to go.
Hey Scott, Chad Blessinger here. We've got the other board members and Jenny Lampert with probation is here. So we just I had a question.
Right.
I guess we did about.
Sure.
It says inclusive maintenance, and then it has a price, and then it says some things that are excluded. Can you speak to that, how that actually works?
So all-inclusive maintenance, so it's just a new program that we started that includes toner, so you don't ever have to buy toner. It's all built in now because that was always the kind of people that had to take it out of their budget, things like that. So what we did is came with a rate for the county. It just includes all toner, it includes all parts, flavor, travel, it includes any kind of updates or anything like that. The only thing it does not include is if for some reason that you guys get a new server or you get new computers in the office, you want us to come back up and reinstall the drivers and reset everything up.
So somebody with the county already signed this agreement with you?
Yeah, they already have some already have that agreement with us, yeah.
Because I think a couple offices are saying that, yeah, they're not paying for toner, that they're just getting it delivered when they're
That's what
running
I said,
out.
I think it's.
But I don't know who's paying for it, I guess is my thing.
Well, it's all included in that rate, Chad, so it's all included in that rate. So the rates have the toner built into them now. So yeah, we don't ever charge the county any kind of toner if you're under that contract.
That has nothing to do with the purchase price of the machine, it only has to do with.
No.
So this doesn't have anything.
No. Yeah, so it's just based off of usage. So, if they run 5,000 copies a quarter, that's what we bill them for. If they run 500 copies a quarter, that's what we bill them for. So we don't punish anybody for not running enough or running too much. It's all the same.
So historically, though, each office had a maintenance agreement that would cover certain items, and we pay $400 a year for the treasurer's office or whatever, and the auditor would have another one, and everybody would have their own. Are you saying now that you're transitioning this, that the county just pay, you make so many prints, that's just how it is?
Yeah, right, just pay per print. It's just a lot easier because like I said, you have your up and down months and everything like that. And so a lot of times the county used to have contracts that would include a contract that would include 36,000 copies a year. Well, a lot of the county offices didn't hit that number. So we got rid of that contract because it really wasn't fair to you guys because our system would automatically bill. So we just went to this all-inclusive contract where, like I said, if you make 500 copies a year, that's what we charge you for. If you make 10,000 copies a year, that's what we charge you for.
And are you charging that just one bill to the auditor's office, or you're not billing the individual offices now?
No, we bill each individual office, and I think they run it back to the auditor's office then.
So if you get this, you get a bill quarterly, monthly, what?
So all the bills at the county right now are quarterly.
So then quarterly, they would get a bill for their copies and then they pay that.
Right.
So instead of us calling periodically and saying, hey, can you bring me up some toner? After an office makes X number of copies, is this online so you track what their usage is?
Yeah, so we track everything that goes on, and that goes along with the bill that we send to each department. So what it does is their system, we have a system called Fleet Services, and what it does, it automatically sends the count. The nice thing about it, what it does too, is it actually reorders toner for you. So when you get that 20%, it automatically sends us email to drop off a toner to that department. And then also what it does is it allows us to work with Matrix a little better, that we can actually send updates to our machine. If let's say there's a change in Gmail, if there's a change in Microsoft Word or Excel, we can actually do the update before they do the changes. We just send it out to the cloud.
So really, you've never made a contract with the county that changes how we do things? It's just this?
No.
Okay. So they just kind of change that?
No, it's a much simpler way of doing things, more streamlined than the old way.
Scott, do you know how my office is doing that now? Because we're not getting a quarterly bill for copies made unless it's going directly to the courts. It's not anything
I
I've
can
ever seen.
hear what she said.
I'm a closer, sorry. So I've never had a claim or a bill for quarterly or for copies made. Are you sending that directly to the courts now for probations?
No, we actually send it directly to each office. And then I think what they do is, I guess they send an account to, Sandy, and Sandy processes them.
I would bet the circuit court's getting, our Superior Court's getting yours.
Okay, it almost has to be. Because I asked Jamie too, I checked with her, she's never.
So you might want to check into who's paying the bill now, because I guess with this, you'll be getting a bill.
Right,
And if you haven't been getting bill, you're not used to getting bills, you have to transfer to whoever's been paying your bill currently.
how did you answer that, Scott? Are you billing it to the court now, or you're saying we're not getting a bill for copies now?
You are getting bills for copies now. It's just that it's billed yearly. I think yours is the way it was set up beforehand. But like I said, you know, we can bill you. We bill you usage, but it was always billed with you, your contract, Tammy, it was always billed quarterly, and it didn't include toner. This new one's gonna include toner.
So it's Jenny, and yeah, it's always included the toner, we haven't had to pay for that separately.
Yeah, that includes paper.
I think we know where we're at. We may have to talk to him about, or talk to the building people to find out if it's going to Superior Court or.
Right.
Because if you're not getting it, you would know. You would
Yeah.
know, right? So.
Yeah, and whatever you guys want to do, I mean, it's not a big deal. Our system's pretty well capable of handling anything. So, you know, if we need to send like one bill to each department, or if we need to send to one department head, or if we need to group them together, like Superior and, you know, probation on one bill, you know, or separate bills and send to that person, we can do all that. We just gotta know where you want to send them.
Okay. I think we're fine. I don't think anybody else here has any other questions. Thank you for, talking with us.
Thank you.
Oh, that's not a problem. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
So I guess I don't like that the way things have been done, it's changed without our knowledge, but I guess it's a.
It probably was on it when we purchased the new machine, we probably still don't.
So I guess, yeah, it looks like the cost of doing a color copy, this contract is 10 times more than making a black and white copy, so I guess we hope people are aware of that.
I know in mine, because we do a lot of black and white, like I said, we have to pick that printer to make it go color.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, set the default one way in.
Okay, so I guess our decision is either we approve one of these or we don't, so that you can move forward to the council to see if they want to pay for it.
Is there a trade-in or anything on this?
I asked him that, and he said they're not, because the machine's basically obsolete and there's no value, they will take it away for us, but there's no financial gain for the trade-in.
Is there a wait on these or are they available?
Or she have to wait till the money comes?
Right, I think he told me that they do have the color, the black and white, we would have to wait for.
Okay, anybody want to make a motion?
Make a motion that we approve the purchase of a color copier from, who's your business machine?
Option one.
Option one, thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay, any other discussion? Yes, do you don't have a need for a second machine, right? So I mean, since it's functional, or do you want us to give you think it's a
Give
value?
permission to dispose of the previous one and surplus, and we're done with it.
I didn't know if any other officers probably would need it.
Once everybody's released, I mean, it just doesn't happen anymore.
Okay, we have a first and a second on the, selecting option one. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. So you can see if the council will give you the money for it.
All right.
Sorry that took as long as it did.
That's
I just
okay.
wanted to make sure we knew what we were getting into.
Well, I'm glad, because I just assumed the county as a whole, like, it helped me understand, because when you told me that the county signed the contract, I'm like, okay, well, I misunderstood, I should have questioned that a little bit more with them, because she's.
Signed with the contracts like this previous. Okay, so did you give permission to get rid of the old one?
We didn't mention it. Is that what we wanted to do? Do we want to do it?
Or do you, I mean, do you wanna wait and then have her come back after?
If they're gonna take it, let's give her permission and let them take it.
Agreed.
Okay, so let's just do it formally, so it's in the record, because it's a piece of, it's a county record, and I'll move that we consider the current Kyocera TA 3500i black and white copier as excess to be disposed of at the time of receipt of the new copier.
So,
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carried. That's at the bottom of page 3.
Oh, God.
Ms. Lambert, thank you.
Thank you. Can I have the formal quote back?
Ms. Ramos has it.
Oh, sorry.
In case the council wants to see that.
I slipped something inside.
Oh, yeah, the old
Ms.
copy.
Gleamal, you're ready. If you're ready, we're ready.
Thank you.
Sorry about your wait. No problem. I'm sure it was exciting for you to sit here.
Interesting. See how things work in case I decide to run for office someday.
Absolutely. Here you go.
that's a lot of fun up here. I wonder why.
Did you say this was the surplus? I don't know how you work out.
I said that.
As you guys are all aware, the Strassen Fest will not be held on the courthouse square this year, and probably not next year. But we would still like to hang the banners and wreaths and everything that are typically hung on the courthouse. So I guess I'm here today to ask permission to do that, since it involves county property. We would like to put those up sometime after July 25th, sometime that week. And then we take it down by August 12th, no later.
Nothing new, nothing more than you've done in the past.
No.
I think it looks nice every year. I'm in favor of it. Any other comments?
Sounds good to me.
We just want people to know as they're driving through town that it is still happening.
And if anybody doesn't know it's moved, they're gonna be like, wow, it's really poorly attended this year.
So,
So there'll be nothing on North Main Street. What, will you start down like on the?
the beer garden is the only thing that is not moving.
So those food stands right outside the beer garden will go down the other way.
They'll go down.
So entrance to the beer garden will likely be.
The
off
entrance
on
to the beer garden will be over near Jackson Street.
Okay.
On the east side.
Jackson Street will be closed.
Jackson Street during festival hours, starting at about 4:30 in the afternoon on Thursday and Friday. Jackson Street will be blocked by either a police car or a fire truck, so that if they get an emergency call, they can stop pedestrian traffic crossing Jackson Street, let the emergency vehicles through, and then reclose it. It'll remain closed, according to Nathan Schmidt. We requested that it remain closed till 1:30 a.m. each night. He has offered 4:30 a.m. or officer discretion. If there's nothing going on, open it back up.
Jackson and Mill or just Jackson?
Mill Street will be closed, starting at 3rd Avenue up to the 5th Street intersection, and that's where the carnival rides will be. Food booths will line both sides of 4th Street, starting at the east side of the Jackson Street intersection. And we'll go all the way down to the cultural center to the intersection with McCrillis. The stage, we're using the county tourism big stage. That will be located just outside of the intersection with McCrillis, facing the cultural center. We will not have a second stage this year other than the beer garden stage. Typically, we've had 3 stages, one over in front of City Hall, one over in front of the Astra, and the beer garden. For this year, and probably, we've been told there's a better than 90% chance it will not be on the square next year. So for this year and next year, we'll have the 2 stages.
Okay.
Now, we do have a new addition to Strassenfest decor this year. Jim and Rita Korn and Paul and Laura Grammer have built a huge glockenspiel. And it will be located on the corner of 4th and Jackson. The open lot that is currently owned by Derek Young will be our Dycher Plots or food court area. Where people, will be tables there for people to sit and eat. So yeah, there's been a lot of planning, a lot of thought going into this year and next year.
The daughter's dancing on the block.
Is she?
So I got a sneak peek at it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a German club meeting. Yeah. It's an amazing piece of equipment. All built by hand. All the carvings, the trees and everything were all carved by hand. It's pretty amazing. We will have it also in the Strassenfest parade. It is built on a trailer, but it will not go to any of the other surrounding festival parades, just to keep it from getting damaged, I guess, in transport. But it is capable of going if something does come up. So I was just here today to ask permission to hang the decorations on the courthouse.
I'll move that we approve the Strauss Fest Committee's request to, as been presented to us.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank
Motion
you.
carries.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work on it.
If anything comes up down the road, my phone number's on this paper. Phone number and email, but just
You know
let us
anything
know.
about color copies? Just kidding, Bob.
He knows a little more now.
Yeah, no, no more now. They work well.
Yeah.
I mean,
Nice, aren't they?
before I retired from WITZ, they bought one about a year before I retired. It's nice.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, let's go into other business. Commissioner Hofstadter, you have any other business?
I do not.
Commissioner Bramas?
No, I don't think so. We've got our meeting, our district meeting on Wednesday, and I did not register you, Nick. I didn't really get a hold of you and find
I
out.
meant to get a hold of you, I then checked, I will
But I
not.
took
be-
care of, everybody else.
Anything else?
I don't think so.
We saw Brent has to finish his report, so I almost forgot about that. So if you don't mind doing that, Brent.
We talked about the health coordinator, I had that on my list, but we talked about that, so.
And so we have, like I said, we had a celebration this week. We have the training in July.
Am I on that list for the training?
You're on it for both.
Okay. I know I'm on it for the celebration. I wasn't sure about the training.
So are we on the Cusco Road South Culvert
Yeah.
relining?
Yep. Okay, so what we've got, Cusco Road South, which is up by Topa Lake, up by, actually the water department up there. There's a culvert running under the road. I'll just kind of spread everything out for you guys. There's much stuff going on here. There's a culvert in horrible shape. Really, really bad
All
shape.
different things.
Yeah, okay, so that's just an aerial view. It shows you the depth of what we're working with.
So is the lake like right up the hill here?
The lake is, check the orientation right. The lake is right down here. Okay.
So is this where the overflow is?
No.
Oh.
Well, it's up north, it's north of there, south of there, sorry.
Okay.
So what we got going on is it's failing, as you can see in the pictures. Horrible. The whole bottom rusted out and everything else. The culvert itself is 60 foot deep, 350 foot long. It's 48-inch diameter pipe. To excavate it out and replace it, we're talking exponential amount of money. I wouldn't say $1 million, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Just because it's 60 foot deep, it's so long, the amount of dirt you're gonna have to excavate out, then you have to bring it back in and lift it up properly. To put it back in, it's gonna be expensive. So I've been thinking about it for a while. There are several different lining companies around, but with the shape of this pipe, you can see where it's shifted down, it's smashed, it's egg-shaped. A simple blow-in liner would not work because it needs to have some kind of structural stability. They make a piece together liner that you could shove through there. But with these drops here, you can't do that either because it's trying to get it to float through there. So when I was at Buffalo at NACE conference, this caught my eye. It's a spiral wound pipe liner. What it is they build it from the bottom and they shove it through and work it through. And there will actually be a guy in the hole moving it through there. This is it was a 48-inch round pipe. It's now smashed and moved. The best they can do is a 30-inch round pipe. We're going to get more flow than we currently are because of the shape the pipe is in now. I recommend going this route, but the price of this thing is going to be, for the whole project, is $150,000 to do this.
First off, why is it so long? I don't know the topography there. Or why
It's a deep ravine on both sides. Yeah, it's
Big
this,
wide
this,
field.
yeah.
And you can see here, there's the pipe, there's the road.
Yeah.
So,
They filled through there when they built this road, when the lake was being built in 76, 75. So it's-
Yeah, that neighborhood.
So when that was being built, the federal government built this road and raised this whole thing up. And that's the original plan.
Oh, so by building up the road,
They had to get that water through there. So if this is something that has to happen, we've got to do something. Digging it out, we'll be pulling dirt, because you got a bench back. You can't just dig straight down to get, you're gonna have to go for just, you're gonna have to lay it back out. And you're talking moving dirt back this far. And going 300 foot with a pipe. It's gonna be expensive, trees gotta move, trees gotta be cut. Very expensive project. Putting a liner in is the best way for us to do this.
is there any kind of warranty with the liner? Like,
There will be a warranty with the liner. This particular liner has structural support, structural stability. They'll stick it through there and they'll fill with grout and it'll be able to hold itself. They have a warranty for, I don't remember what it says, it might say, I have my proposal, I thought I brought that one. There's a warranty on it too. I gotta find it, but I thought it was in that group, but it's not there. I think it was like a 3-year warranty, just in case something happens right away, because once everything settles back down, it is what it is. But there is a warranty involved with it.
well, I assume at some point, not necessarily in the near future, but at some point, this will have to be replaced.
Eventually, yes, it will.
Okay, so.
I just want, I don't want to
You
be
might get
retired.
20, you might get 50 years.
I want to be retired when you do it, so.
Okay.
projected 80-year performance.
I would think there'd be a boring process that would, now maybe that's a lot more expensive than this is.
That's exactly right.
There is a jack and bore system that it's, if you press it through, you'd have to weld and press it through again. This seems, for the shape this is in right now, this seems like a pretty good deal.
But that would be better than digging it all out.
It would be.
Yeah.
It would be.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to this, I just was curious
So
about
basically,
the,
it's constructed on site.
Yep.
long-term,
It's an
like
abandoned.
this, and they just push it through.
Just
as
work
it's
away. Yep.
it's like pushing a spring into it, I'm assuming.
Pretty close.
You ever heard of any people you ever seen ever use it?
We would be the first ones in the state of Indiana. They do a lot in Iowa, which is where they're based out of. Missouri, they've done a few. They did some on the East Coast, but I couldn't say what states they were in. But yeah, we would not be there first. And we would buy the grout from IMI directly, just to save us some costs instead of them buying the grout. And they put enough charge to it. But so that would save us. IMI is all about it. They're willing to. We've got prices. We're negotiating on a little bit on that, but they got prices. They're not scared of it. They've done it before. So the mixed design is not out of the ordinary.
So in here, they're saying Washington, Clinton, and Marion County, those are all it's just coincidence that we have those same name counties in Indiana. Okay.
Yep.
I was like, those are all Indiana counties.
They are Indiana counties, but not those Indiana.
So, yeah, it's it would be a smaller structure than what was in there, but bigger than what's currently
It's flying through there.
effectively working now.
Correct.
And are we having any problems with the size of it now?
Not right now. No, knock on wood. We are not. I mean, it's passing the water. It's coming through. It's through a woods, so it's slowing the water down immensely. The size of the ditch, you wouldn't think a 48-inch pipe is needed. And I haven't done official calculations, but kind of is what it is. If you know what I'm saying. If we want to put it back as a 48, then yeah, I might have to look at jacking and boring or digging it out, and you're talking a lot of price. So
I don't know if there's a lot of fall in through there either.
through this culvert itself, it's actually more fall than you think. The culvert does, but it's pretty low. Yeah, it's not too bad. It flows pretty well. So
So at the end of the day, is there a gap?
it'll be filled with grout. It'll be filled with concrete.
The whole thing gets filled, so now
They'll go through
I
every
understand what you're talking
every
about.
10 feet, 20 feet. They'll go through and drill holes through the plastic liner. They'll stick an injector in there and they'll pump grout. Fill the whole thing up.
So by grout, you mean concrete?
Yeah, it's loose
Somewhere.
concrete. It doesn't have rock in it. It doesn't have rocks. It has sand, but not rocks.
So you're getting consistent 30 inches through there, and where you have those lifts and things,
That's good.
It'll shoot that grade through it. They'll float it through certain areas, they'll set it on certain areas, but they were shooting grade and having a laser in there, and they said, yeah, we can do that. So
We're gonna say you
So they
crawled
come
through it,
down
measured
here.
it to 36.
I did not. They did. You can see him in the hole. I mean, that's one of the guys there, he's in the hole.
So a guy from this company came down and gave you, to do the quote?
Yep.
I was wondering who that guy was.
My God,
I didn't look that close, I just assumed it was Brent.
that was not me.
That doesn't seem safe.
I don't mind tight spaces, but not that far, that long.
But yeah, so my question, they're sure 36 will fit in.
It'd be a 30.
A third.
30 would fit.
So when was this discovered? I mean, did you know about this? for a
I've known
long
about this
time?
for a couple of years. It's been one of those
He
things
says in
that,
here for years, he's been trying to come up with.
trying to find a solution without actually digging down and finding it. So then I came across this one in Nace in Buffalo, and I was like, this one might work. The fact that it's got structural stability to it because of these ridges means it's got more to it than just a slip liner going in there.
The slip liner will crush too.
Yeah, exactly.
We've done liners before, not nearly to this scale, but they do work.
Slip liners work better, but this has got more structural stability than a normal slip liner. Now,
You've got a lot of crush weight on that.
with all this being said, we're gonna have to appropriate money for the job through, we have it all in unappropriated money for Huber. We're fine there. And I'll go to the council and get that down, get his blessing. But with it being 150, I'll have to either advertise, it's kind of a specialty product, so I think I'm gonna look at that.
Right, I was just thinking about it, because there's special rules, but that's for purchases, this is public works.
Right.
And I don't think they don't have similar.
So we're gonna have to look at that. But even if even if I do put it, advertising or anything else with a spec, I could do that spec. I don't know what contractors right now don't want to do because they're not specialized in it, but. So, and there's probably rules, but with it being a specialty product, that's why I think I might be able to find a way to get around it, but I need to look at it.
So Steve, whenever you make things like this, and you put out a big project, it's not just in the Herald and the Free Press. I mean, you have, is there a highway department line to go out where people look for bids?
When we do this
Sometimes
kind of
like
stuff.
this might get picked up and be on a dog.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Construct Connect, they usually pick up on these advertising.
And so that is a firm that picks this stuff up and charges
Contractors.
contractors to have access to that, right? So that's just, and their best interest to have a lot of jobs come through, makes it valuable. So what do you think? Do you think this is the only company in the country that does stuff like this?
It's the only one I can find. I'm not saying yes or no, it's the only one I can find. I'm happy to try to set up a bid spec. I don't know what I can do, but I'm gonna try, but it's so specialized, it's a problem. So,
I mean, I think looks like it needs to be done. Our responsibility to take care of those culverts. So, I would work with the attorney, find out what you can and can't do. You won't have any fight for me on it. It needs to be done.
Me either. I would agree it needs to be done, and that's the best solution.
that's the best I can come up with.
Or we can take the road out and use all that dirt to fill in the line.
Now, that's not a bad idea.
We could fill in the mine and put some other.
Oh.
Or something that's.
I think it's gonna take more than that.
I'm gonna go ahead and forward phone calls on that one though.
I will say that,
I got my other one.
I got a map.
I have a couple more drawings.
Yeah.
Pictures and stuff.
I worked toward everything
You
over
did,
there.
I did.
Put it on the file.
Okay, so I will look for the council to get extra money, obviously, because we're gonna need some more. I'm gonna try to figure out specs or how I can go about getting this done, because it's so specialized. Creating specs is gonna be interesting for this. What I said, going for it.
I'm gonna say though, I got a phone call, not a phone call, I got a comment last week, somebody wanted to talk about the culvert on Club Road. And I was like, oh man. But they were raving about it. It's so smooth.
When we put a concrete cap on,
You can't even.
you don't even know you hit it, doesn't even thump. You just shoots her across. So.
Man, you need to teach the state how to do that.
I did, obviously. So smooth, obviously, I did.
Well, I thought the last time you just signed it, but I didn't know.
Okay,
yeah, I never.
So that's a project that I'm gonna get going. I'll try to figure out specs and how I can bid it, if I need to bid it.
It's all things.
Yes. Just tell her, okay.
That is,
So we didn't really approve anything formally with Brent on that, do we?
I say, do we need to? Yeah.
Is it just consensus to?
I think you're just giving a consensus for him to move forward,
Move
explore
forward,
the
yeah.
options. If that's what you want to do.
That's what I like to say.
Right, because we gotta look into how to bid it, advertise, and then you gotta go find money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good enough, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't miss a step here.
The only thing I still have is the covered bridge certification report. We have no covered bridges.
Correct.
And you got to sign off
So
on it.
moved. So moved, we have none.
We have none, but I have to submit the report.
Okay, I'll move with the sign and cover bridge certification.
I'll like it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
we have an agenda for the meeting on Thursday, sent to us this morning, I don't know if you've seen that.
I know.
1:30, 2 o'clock ceremony begins, it doesn't say when it ends.
I mean, I sent something out last week that had, I thought, or maybe that was from something else, I don't really remember. We get some.
They need to sign that.
Attorney, do you have anything, sir?
I do know.
Okay, so let me see if we can take my list here.
Thank you. Yeah, that'd be hard to get a hold of that.
I guess, Greg, you and I need to work on our narratives and maybe get with Sandy on where we are with things. I don't know what.
We do, and then there's another, one of our agreements is we need to revisit it, I need to speak to the attorney involved.
One of our agreements you have to review, you said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's your answer.
This email here says we need to select one county designee to speak for 3 to 5 minutes.
All right, we'll have you up there.
No, you're it.
Sounds good.
You're it.
I saw you raise your hand.
I just let you know so you're prepared.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
3
Okay.
to 5 minutes, you can speak 3 to 5 minutes.
You can do longer than that, I'm sure.
Okay, we only have
And
about
we're
an
meeting
hour
out-
of this meeting now.
And we're meeting out there, right?
I don't know, I just picked some place that I thought would be where they wouldn't care if we worked there all day and it's in that direction. Good enough up by Grandview or Coles or whatever. All right, what do we got here? So he's working on something with that. Our budget is due according to the email we had from the auditor's office. Our budget forms are due in the auditor's office on or before July 1st. The council is meeting on August 8th for budget reviews. I will present our budget, whatever that is at that time. But as far as the budget forms itself, I think one thing we need to are we going to put in for the 3% that's requested, or are we gonna stay flat? What do you wanna do wage-wise for the commissioners?
Commissioners. Well, if this is for next year, I'd say flat.
Cerise laughs, but
No,
you want to.
not always arguing for the
We
same
know-
percentage that.
We know in our office that you guys always do your budget more in July. I mean, yours is always the last one I compile, so we know yours is not gonna be long.
So I think if all the other offices do it, then we should do it too.
Okay, that's fine, so we know that. And I think really Brooke put mine together, put it together for us last year, you did. So, because
I always
the things that
fill
we
out the
approve here.
paperwork and then I take the notes and I put it in your budget. Like all the ones today, I'll put that in your budget also.
So I'll buy you a sandwich when I go out for lunch. 30 minutes a night.
They didn't eat it because you didn't go lunch with him.
I eat chicken and I hate it.
Well, you're supposed to be at another meeting right now, so I thought you'd probably need some lunch, so I'll bring you something. Our cohort, I don't know if it's before we talk about it here, it's gonna be held at Crane Westgate. That's where those
Does it say what time?
Yes.
That is really not a song, yeah.
The other thing that's odd is, it has 2 days for 7:30, or one of them at least is 7:30 for breakfast.
They want us there at 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah, and I'm thinking I can eat breakfast at home and show up there at 8:30 would be better for me, but I guess I'll follow whatever they say. But yeah, I did send again a copy of whatever I know on our agenda so far. said that last week, so you probably, or I may have said it Friday when you were. Alright, we done?
So, on that cohort, I asked a while ago about myself, but we're gonna try to have a coordinator in place by that time. So, can we add that person to it?
We either replace somebody probably, or, add them. I don't think there'll be an issue. I think the thing is, this is the thing that we're gonna go to. I think it's something that Allstate presents for other things too. It's not specialized for the help. It's how do you plan as a community, and so I think
They're asleep before we get there.
they're probably paying for 10 people per county, so they wanna make sure that they get their money worth. Okay, we'll close the meeting.
All right,
So is this the
thank you.
Mulzer camp? Meeting?
Yeah,
Meeting
that's
at
what
Mulzer
it's
camp?
been.